Hello, hello, hello. So, how goes it today, man? I never understood how this works. I'm always trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Oh, what is this? What am I looking at? Premium yearly. We've blocked 9,466 ads for you. That's about 4.5 gigabytes of bandwidth saved. Focus on what really matters. I don't know. What is this? I didn't even know that was a thing. 20 books a year. You know what? I'm debating whether or not I even want to keep that. I do like the ad blockers, but the problem is a lot of sites don't. They're blocking your ad blocker. Anyway. Okay, so where was I? Well, last I saw, I was trying to see if I could figure out a way to move my football down the field. Now, I do got to do some back-end development. That is what I said on my title. But I first have to figure out how to move this football. I want to see if it's possible to move this football. Let's see if AI has some suggestions for me. This is not working. I thought maybe if I can widen and narrow the div based on, you know, how far the team has to go, that maybe that would work, but it didn't work. So I have got to figure out how to do this. I'm trying to think of the best, most efficient way to do this. In this example, I tried to use a div to push it. Paste in that value, but it does not work. Suggestions? Let's see if AI's got suggestions for this. I tried translate, it didn't work. Move horizontal absolute. Move horizontal. Position absolute. Allow precise precisioning. Adjust vertical position if needed. The translate X dynamically moves the image horizontally based on a value of yards to go. I always go on individual yards, but maybe. So if I put it all the way to the left, ensure current play to yards to go is a valid number. Yes, use static value for testing. Huh. I would like to do, is it possible to do a percentage? Because I'm thinking if I go by pixels, If I go by pixels, I'm fixed, right? I have to be 100 pixels, right? If it's 200 pixels or 300 pixels, if we have a dynamic width screen, I need to have it moving dynamically with the width of the screen. So I'm trying to figure out if yards to go changes dynamically, the image will move in real time. Test the movement by updating yards to go as your component prop. But I don't want it to go pixels. I want it to go percentage. Because pixels, yeah, see, the pixels are going to change. It has to be a percentage. Since my screen can change widths, I need to move it by percentage. Yeah. And it is. Okay, I have pizza in the oven. I'll be right back. So what I need to do is move it. So where do I start the image at? Do I start on the left or the right? It'd have to be starting on the left, right? Left, correct? Because, or the right. Either way, you got to start on one side or the other, then you got to push it. Position relative. So they're putting it inside of the div. No, they're not putting it inside of anything. They're not using my screen. That's just an example he's doing. Let's pull out the ghost. I want a caffeine kick. Hooah! All right. We are going to figure this out. Percentage movement adapts to the container's width, ensuring responsiveness. So should I just go left? Position absolute. Let's do this. Let's do this. I have no idea how this is going to work, but we're going to try it. I'm just going to do kind of what it says and then fiddle with the results. So for my image, we have football. We got the 15. We're going to do the style. My style is a transform, rotate 45 degrees. I had to, yards. So we are going to go back to yard. Actually, I was before using the place. But I think I need to not align. Well, I do have a line left. What is this one saying? It's using the div I was using as part of my logic. I put some red pepper on my pizza, and apparently it's going straight to my nose. But I'm thinking the div might be a good idea anyway. Did I give him an example? Did I actually put only my div in the example? I did only put my div in the example. That's why I didn't know I was using a table. I'm wondering if I need the div. Let's take the div out for now. I feel like the table can do what the div is doing, the table cell. So there's no point in having something that's just going to be redundant. So I think I need to set my, all right, so let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and put this in here, which means I have to go, I believe he's probably doing the same thing. It's accented, yeah. I changed this to an accent. Whew, man, my nose is running now. And we'll go, let's see, $sign. We're going to go squiggly. And it'll be current play dot. Where's to go? But it's going to be different based on which side I'm moving on. So if I'm going to align left, I need the ball to be all the way on the left. Which means I need to move it right. And if I wanted to move 65% of the distance for the pixel, we're going to go positive and negative. Do I start in the middle and go positive and negative and just subtract? So we're going to go, we got it. The direction we will is going to be driven by who has the ball. So let's see. I think it's game state. Game state dot team with possession equals team 1. It'll be how do I do this? I'm going left all the time. I mean, I guess I can go from the center too. I don't know. It does also put in position. Let's go ahead. Can I wrap this? I can. All right, so let's do this. Style, transform, translate. Let's bring this down here. And then we're going to go down here. And we're going to put in position, absolute. It's just, I don't know, it recommends this. that's the recommendation here. So we're going to go ahead and give it a shot. Which means I also have to go, okay, only that needs that, but this needs a comma. What am I missing here? Transform. Do I have? Well, let's finish putting this in. This could just be written wrong because I'm probably missing that. And then the translate also has to have its parenthesis, but it's still we're broken. My. Oh, this has got to be a percent sign. Oh, that's not helpful. No, this is fixing it. So it's still. I guess if I'm not using, I do need the negative. I need this one. This is the. That is the vertical, and my football's landing kind of in the middle of my field right now, so I'm trying to get it to move up to the center of the field. Oh wait, this is not right. Neither is that. So this should be also current play. Current play dot yards to go. There you go. I think that's what I want. Okay, so all right, so we got, if it's team one, that means we're moving that way. If we're going that way, we want it to move, we want it to be 100 minus. Because really we're only going to move 35% if it's 65% of the way. The other way, we're going to be, if it's 65 to go, then we're 65% that way. And that number, as that gets smaller, they'll be moving this way. So we're just basically going to be reducing the yards to go. Yeah, right? So if we're moving that way, we want the number to get bigger as we go that way. And then if we're going this way, we want it to get smaller. but you will. All right, let's see what this does. The worst that can happen is I'm completely off track. It's totally, I just want to see it moving. You know, you could tweak it. Once you start seeing it actually doing what you want it to do, you could tweak it, adjust for the percentages and all that fun stuff. But we first have to get that nonsense flowing, right? If anybody wants to donate a decent webcam that stops making me have to adjust my brightness every or exposure every as the day goes on, we're in the prime of the day. I have to manually set the exposure during the daytime, but as we get to the night, it works fine at night under normal indoor lights. But when the window's hitting me, I have to adjust the exposure because it doesn't know what to do with that. So if you want to donate one, let me know. I'll tell you where to send it. So you see I have a little football down here. It's not moving. I mean, it's moving, but it's not moving correctly. I mean, it's flickering around down there. That is not the dramatic moves I was hoping for. In fact, that's way off target. I'm not even sure how it's this far to the left. How many cells do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not even sure which of the bottom ones are supposed to be moving around 5, but 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I don't have another cell, but there are 5 cells in width. So how come I'm spreading out 6? Explain to me. I don't understand. What is it you're trying to do, Ken? Because this is not the way you want it to work. That's not even the right amount of cells. I think I'm in line with the wrong number of cells. That could be throwing it off some. Let's get my cells right. So I've got 5 cells on the top, which means the bottom, which I'm now standard width. I no longer I'm no longer vertically expanding through rows. So if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, just means I don't have the right cell, which means I don't know if that means the second one is going the full distance or what, but ultimately what that means is these are totally wrong. My call span right now should be no more than 5. And this one should probably be 5 as well. Is it weird that I mix my carbonated drinks together? They call them a suicide when you mix a bunch of Slurpees together or big gulp drinks together. Why is it called a suicide? Is it supposed to be dangerous to mix a bunch of different pops together? I don't know. Who doesn't mix their Slurpees together though? If you don't mix your Slurpees with all the good flavors, sometimes there's not good flavors there. So you have to do the good flavors. Oddly enough, I tend to like the ones that are lemonade. My favorite Slurpees are like lemonade and Coke. I like cherry Coke. I like the ones that use actual pop instead of just using some random flavor. Though I do like the blue raspberry. I don't know. I kind of like the bitterness of lemonade, but they don't make lemonade. The lemonade Slurpees isn't a common. I don't know why. It's really quite delicious. All right. Let's try this again. All I did there was fix my column widths. It probably has no effect on anything. All right, so yeah, it didn't do anything. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it didn't do anything. I'm not even getting any movement now. Oh yeah, it's bouncing around. It's not having I don't know what it's doing. It's just bouncing around here in the left and right. I don't know why. Let's go see if I missed anything in the logic. And see if maybe I need to change how I'm... Increase by 10%. Why plus 10 minus 10? I don't know why. To test moving the image with percentages dynamically. Moving forward, moving backwards. I should be getting better response. I feel like why is it not moving more? Because I mean, we have yardage to goes that are like 65 plus. We should be getting huge amounts of positioning. So what did I not do? Okay. Let's try and do some of the things. All right, so it has a style in the div. Maybe I should try this. Because if I do this, it might set it exactly where I want it. Let's get a good start to my positioning. That kind of thing. So we'll try doing let's give the AI a chance by at least doing what it says before I complain that it doesn't work. It's like, doesn't work, man. You're an idiot. I know, I only did 10% of what you told me to do, but yeah, it still doesn't work. Uh-oh. Hello?
Hey.
Hey.
Please go into the bathroom and look what contact brand I wear.
Sure. Just a moment.
I don't know if it will say, because I don't have the box. I just have one pair. I can't find my other boxes.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Had to run and check on something for my daughter. All right, where were we? We were trying to solve for the movement of this image. Position absolute. All right, let's try this. We're going to go with what it is. I'm not actually sure. Let's take this alignment thing out here. Just because I don't know if it's going to have an effect, but let's not. let's not add to my issues here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and my football looking right in the middle where it's supposed to be. But we are not moving up and down the field yet, so let's see if we can get this to move up and down the field. Let's go ahead and do a compile. I did insert a piece that is theoretically technically code. Theoretically, not the wrong usage of that, but it's technically code. Code in the sense that it's coming from code, not from HTML. This is all code, right? But no, it's coming from the actual processing logic, which is compiled code, versus the HTML, which I don't know if that's compiled code, because that's actually visible. Like you can just go to the inspection and see the HTML output. You can't see the compiled code generally. You can only see the values that result normally. Some things show, some things don't. My hands are drying out. Now I got too much lotion on my hands. It's like they felt so dry, got a little bit extra. Now I don't know where to put it. I don't even have any skin exposed. I mean, I guess I could put it on my face, but my face doesn't feel dry, so it's kind of greasy. Like, what is with this guy? He does not stay focused. He is not a focused person. I am focused. I just distracted, which I guess is just contradictory. Huh? All right, what do we got? We got movement. No, we have no movement. We still have the ball flickering around. It is doing something. It's just not doing it right. Just moving up and down. It's just like think, 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 think. It's not working. What are we doing here? It should be shooting across the field doing this kind of thing, and it is not doing anything. It's just like I don't know what that is. Okay, so let's go here. Let's see what we got. This is, let's go see what Claude has to say. Let's give both of these AIs a chance. They sometimes will come up with totally different answers. All right. In this code, I am trying to move the football image back and forth in this cell according to the value of yards to go. Currently, it is only flickering and barely moving at all. But solution should I attempt? It's kind of cool. It actually formatted it right there. Then the other one doesn't do that. Temporarily defaulting to concise responses. Chat more with Claude using concise responses or switch back to full responses. What do you mean Claude is busy? Everybody should be taking today off. It's the day before Thanksgiving in the United States, I guess. I suppose that's not everybody having that holiday. But still, the United States is where half, a third, some significant amount of the world's coders are. I think. Some significant amount. To create more dynamic and smooth movement based on yours, go try this approach. Okay, let's see what it says. TD. So it still has a div. Where's the div at? Where's the start of their div? Oh, there it is. Okay, so div. Okay, so style, inline block, relative, 100%, 50 pixels. Okay, okay, so image. Width, style. Position absolute, done. Rotate 45 degrees. Transition, transform 0.5 seconds ease. Weird. All right, let's see what it says. Added transition for smooth movement. Okay. Well, I'm actually kind of liking the idea of the smooth movement, so let's add that. Simplify transform to separate positions. All right, so we got style, we got transform, transition, and translate. Right. Let me put a comma there. I'll pop that down there. And then we're going to go over here. We're going to put this in front. I don't know if that matters, but it might. I don't know. Sometimes... I think I actually saw somewhere something about this. The order mattered, so could very well be. Okay, so now it's looking at the same things, except... Oh, it's not doing a translate. It's doing a left. Oh. Ah. Huh. Use left for horizontal movement instead of translate. Adjust scaling factor as needed based on your specific field dimensions. I didn't know I was doing this in a field. Just because I was moving a football. I just said I want to move it back and forth. See, this is what I'm saying. It's pretty smart, even though I nowhere in this code does it mention field. Who says I have a field? I'm just moving a football back and forth. Nah, I know you're putting a field in there. Don't try to pull one over on me. It's like, okay, smarty pants. That's actually kind of cool, man, I gotta say. Ooh, scary, the AI is smarter than you think. Okay, where was I? So let's use left. Let's use left. Let's try it. And it's not... And then left is this guy minus this guy and this guy. I still might have to do a... Oh, they did top 20 pixels. Only problem with the top is that means it knows how wide my top of my field is. I'm a little concerned about that, but I could always adjust. I'm adjustable. This will just give me something else to work with. I can work with it separately. Top. And it's probably going to be way off. It's going to be sitting off my field, but let's just see if it moves. Negative 20 pixels. All right. So we have our same thing. Except, why is it 100 minus yards to go divided by 10? Times 10. Why would I divide by 10 and then multiply by 10? 100 minus 6.5 times 10. That is weird. 100. Why? Why are we dividing by 10? So if we have 65 yards to go, divided by 10 is 6.5. 100 minus 6.5 is 93.5 times 10 is 930%. That don't sound right. I don't know what it was trying to do there, but that is not what I was aiming for. I'm going to stick with what I have. Because the yards are actual percentage. Maybe it's thinking my yards to go are first down yards, because if it's actually it thinks it's being smart. This is, I'm doing it differently. This is yards to go is how far to the end zone, not how far to a first down. I do have a first down distance too, but that's a different yards. Yeah, I don't think I need to do it that way. All right, let's see here. We got that, and then we should have double this. Okay, we have the double that, but we're having issues here. Let's take that one out. Okay, so we have position absolute, comma, rotate 45 degrees, which should have... Why are we doing accenty? I don't know. Why are we doing accenty? Did it mean to do accenty? Was that intentional? And then we got transition, which is just a quotey. But that's a comma. Oh, that fixed everything. Alrighty. Well, let's see here. Do I compile again, or do I attempt to run this? It did put my ball in a different place. I gotta do something about that background, though. My ball is not ideally placed at the moment. Let's see what this does. Hey, ball is moving. I'm not sure it's moving well. I'm confused. It is moving. We're getting end zone. Field goal's good. Oh, now we're off the field. Oh, don't. Oh, we're all over the place. Oh, I don't know. It's like the transition is a little iffy. It's definitely not smooth. Not because maybe I'm going too fast. Yeah, I mean, okay, we're off the field. I don't even know. It's so confused. It's all over the place. Hey, but it's moving. I don't know. It's hard to tell because I have it going so fast. I can't read where we're actually at. I wish I could. Let's see if I can pause this. Okay, so kick is deep into the end zone, touchback. Ball will be placed on the 25-yard line. Now, assuming this is where it's supposed to be, you can see I'm way off. I'm on the 10-yard line, which really isn't terrible. Let's see what happens if I zip through there. So we got minus Oh, wait. Oops. I didn't want to do that. No, no. Stop. Stop. Let's try that again. We're going to go... let's put a break. Let's just put a break in the same spot. Okay, now. So we got run is... I kind of lost track of where I'm supposed to be, but let's just see how things move. Now I'm off the field. The field goal attempt from 51 yards is good. Okay, so he kicked it into China. Let's see, how far did he kick it? A field goal attempt from 51. See, that's from 51 yards, which means technically the ball should have been sitting about here. 30? No. 30, 34, 35. So I need to figure out a way to align this thing with the field. Got a football bouncing around, but that's not very helpful. So we need to figure out, like, where does it say yards to go here? Yards to go. Let's go down here. I want to see what the yards to go say. Yards to go 0. So we don't have any yards to go, which would make sense. So 0, though, on a left line should theoretically put the ball like back here, right? I mean, there shouldn't be any positioning on a 0. We're in here. We've got no value. We should technically be sitting all the way to the left. So, let's see. What can I do here? Really, I got to figure out how to divide my field so my football has a minimum and maximum position. If I've got a 5, I think I'm going to have to put another cell in here is what I'm going to have to do. So, like I'm thinking this should be like a 3. And then I need to put in some cells here. Oops. I'll just put in an empty cell. And then I'm going to make a width here. Width equals, let's say, 8.3%. Don't ask me where I'm getting that number from. That was a brain drain from this morning. And I don't know that it's completely accurate, but we're going to go with it. Equals, right for now, I can always adjust to 8.3%. And that's also based on a square field. You can see this is not square, this is a trapezoid. A rectangle, I mean. So, you know, yeah, take what you get. All right, let's see if this does anything different. Does anything alter? My goal is to stop bouncing off the field. If I can keep not bouncing off the field, I'll be happy. Oh, I have this. So what is the current field position? Yards to go is 60. That's not terribly wrong, right? That's actually really dang close. 60 is right there. That's actually pretty dang close. All right, let's see what the next play does. It's not quite right, but it's not bad. Let's see what the next one is. All right, so yards to go here. Still says 60. Oh, incomplete. All right. 5 yards. Hey, look at that, man. We almost moved up the right percentage. Look at that. We're sitting at 45-yard line. That's almost perfect. Oh, I gotta say, almost perfect. Now we're a little off, I think, but it's actually pretty good. Let's see what the next one does. 1 yard. Handoff for a short gain of 4. Oh, you have 1 yard to go. That's pretty good, but our gaps are a little off. I mean, our logic is a little off, but it's actually moving the ball pretty close to what it's supposed to be doing. So that's encouraging. Punter takes the ball for 17 and returns it 4 yards. So what is our yards to go now? 62. And we're in the general vicinity, but we are off about 8 yards. But still on the field. That's very important. And we're in the ballpark. It's not really a ballpark though, is it? I mean, is a football stadium a ballpark? Sure, why not? I know baseball stadiums are typically ballparks. -1, didn't affect it too much. Quick pass for 2 yards. Still kind of close, but still it moved in the right general direction and pretty close. So I think what it is our percentages are too big. I think a couple of ways to minimize that would be to start in the center and move left and right, because you would actually shrink that slightly. The other option is to have my percentages. If I want it to be more accurate, I need to first, for one, I can hide it a little bit by taking the football off the hash marks. Put it in the center. It'll be less obvious that it's off by a little bit. Also, it might be more accurate because the center is slightly wider apart. So there's that. So in theory, if I were to push my football down a little bit lower, I could potentially have it in a better place for accuracy. So do I need anything from Costco? I don't think so. I think I'm probably good. I should probably reply though, just to let her know I'm listening, or I'm aware of her attempting to speak to me. You know, she's got on my case for not replying to texts. I'm terrible at it. I'm getting better, but only because I have the phone right in front of me, so I kind of see it. All right. Anybody got any big plans for Thanksgiving? Huh? But hey, the fact that my football is now moving up and down the field, I think is kind of cool. It would be kind of interesting to have a line that started, you know, like they do in games, because you can kind of see what they've done. And then you can also see kind of who's got the ball based on which direction it's moving, because it's moving so quick, especially when you do a fast sim. But I don't know if I need that. I would have to lock down where they starting field position as a field, and then lock that down, and then every time they swap sides, have a new starting field position. And then I have to figure out the logic on that. It's a cool thing for later, but right now, I just kind of want to have the football moving. And it looks like I'm pretty close. Let's try pushing it down from the top, just to kind of see how relatively close it is. Right now it's -20 from the top. Let's go with another 20 pixels. Let's see if that adjusts my football at all. This might not adjust it. Sometimes it won't move. Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't like to move in the middle of, it won't like recalc, especially when I'm using Tailwind. I've noticed Tailwind likes to compile its logic at runtime, so it needs to build that information. It won't live. And see, like this even compiles, but this isn't the same as doing a build. A build is way more, it's more reliable as to what's happening. Sometimes if I don't see any results in what I'm doing in an area where I know for a fact I should, if I shut it down and do a new build, it will process better. So I just prefer just to do a build most of the time. Because you can see it's doing what looks like a build. Starting, ready, compiling, blah, blah, blah. But that's not 100% what it actually ends up doing half the time. It's not a full build. Hopefully my football moved to a more center point location. Oh, it went the wrong way. It did move, but it moved the wrong way. And I have breakpoints, so let's go ahead and stop that. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this again. And we will go, let's go the other way. How about, well, 40, let's just take no pixels. Let's just take this thing off then. Maybe maybe where it is by default is fine. Because I'm going for putting it in the middle of the field anyway. If I get my football to look, not have a square around it. I thought I had it set that, but it could be because I downloaded it with what looked like a clear background, like a PNG, but it might have actually not given me a PNG. It could have given me a image of the image that's not actually got a clear background. It's one of those kind of things. And it could be. I don't know how they do that. I should probably look it up, go to the image and see if I could download that. I like this football better, by the way. If I can get an image of that without background, that's a better football. That's a professional football. You know, the white line footballs are college. What's going on, man? How come my screen only partially loaded? Did I jump the gun on my thing? I do that sometimes, where I'll go do the build and then I don't wait for it to finish, and then everything kind of goes wonky. Because this takes long. Because when you go down here and you do this create an optimized production build, it just sometimes doesn't fully compile it. I don't know. I'm holding this thing. You don't have any water in it. I guess it does have a little water in it. Has a lot less now, though. It's down to like a drink, half a drink. All right, so I do need to start getting the back end. I'm going to do that. I want to get this football kind of mostly working correctly, and then maybe I'll clean up the image later. I'll just cut off the back, and hopefully that'll be better. So I just want the football on the field. I don't want the football with the square on it. And I want to fix that top one too. I may actually use the same football for both. The only reason I grabbed this one is because I thought it had the clear background. And, you know, just remove the background completely. All right, what do you got? Give it a chance to fully load. There it goes. All right, so we're in the middle of the field now. Ooh, look at that. We're way down here. Ah, what happened there? I don't know if the guy ended up in the end zone or what the heck happened. Got a safety. There was a field goal. I noticed the field goals go really deep. So we're yeah, something's weird. I shouldn't be bouncing around in the end zone here. Whatever's going on there, that's a little off. It seems like it's most accurate in the center of the field. Now I could do some separation logic, like I have to figure out that number. Well, if I do it from the middle and just go positive negative, and I don't, would that work even? I don't know, but this is working pretty good. I mean, it is moving. It's moving fast enough that I don't think people would necessarily know that it's wrong. Except for when it gets to the end zone, I've noticed like there, unless there's a score involved, I have to have it go slower, and I should be able to mark the yard line it's supposed to be at. See, like that touchdown there, I don't know how it ended up way off there. See, there's some weird stuff. It's still a little off, but hey, I got a football moving around, and it's not totally bouncing around. Let's see what it says the current field position is. I'm curious. Yards to go. We got a 60 yards. See, that's almost perfect. I mean, that is literally almost perfect. And who's got the ball? Denver. So that's like perfect. He's sitting on the 40. Whoa, it's exactly where you want the ball. Denver's got the ball. They're team one, so they're on the left. So they're moving to the right. And that's perfect. I mean, I can't ask that to be much better than that as far as accuracy goes. However, I got to see what the next play is. So that was 5 yards. It jumped up to about the 45, but it's still getting pretty big percentages. I shouldn't have moved that far. So what that means is my field is still bigger than the zone I'm working in. So my percentage is bigger of a bigger area. So if I really want that to be accurate, I got to pull that back slightly. Now, what I want to do is actually leave the percentages logic, but I got to increase my size of the neighboring cells to squish my zone a little bit. So we're going to try, let's just change these to 9. Just round it up. We'll squish my playable area to 9. These are the two cells that are just trying to limit my play zone. And for all that squishing, eventually I'll squinch because the middle cell is going to take all the difference. It's going to be 3 cells, but it's squishing. Maybe. Oh, you know what? Oh, but it's going to throw off other stuff. Oh, shooby dooby dooby. I forgot about that. Oh, that doesn't work. Dang it. I can't use cells that way. That's not allowed because the cells are going to, if I keep changing their width, it's going to affect the width of the cells. In fact, these cells may not even be doing anything or not affecting the way I hope. Yeah, it's not going to work. I can't use cells that way. If I do this based on center point, I could change my divs width. And then I don't have... What if my div is only 80% of the width? But that would push it way off. I don't know what relative. What does relative position mean? All right, let me see what happens here. I'm going to ask a question here. I'm not totally sure how some of this stuff aligns. If my TD is center aligned and my div is left aligned, will my image start to the left of the div? But if my TD is center aligned and my div is left aligned and set to only 80% of the cell of the parent width, will my image start to the left of the div? 20% from the edge of the cell? No, not 20%. That would be 10%, right? Yes, if the TD center aligned and your div is 80% of the width alignment, the image start approximately 10% from the edge of the cell. Okay, so that does work. So my brain math is good. I'm keeping up with the AI. So let's try this. Let's try this new strategy. We're going to set this back to 5. And we're going to say width on this. We want my cell to be aligned center. Oops. Align equals center. And then we're going to have this only be 80. But I actually think it's more like, I mean, I think 80 is not bad, but I'm actually thinking I want to go with like 82. 82 would be 9 each way. Let's go 82%. Because like I said, my field is not perfectly filling the zone. So I'm trying to squish my div to only cover the zone that I want, but it's going to be in the center. And then we're going to put things left aligned and we're going to move around inside that zone. I'm wondering if center would be better because then we have less flexibility for my percentages to get off the further away we get. We want it to be fairly close. If we're accurate and we're in the middle and we're only a little off, it's going to have a less of an effect over a 50-yard range than it will off of a 100-yard range. But of course, if I'm precise and my div is exactly where it's supposed to be, we don't have to worry about that. Percentages will be perfect. But you got to also remember, technically, my image is not the point of the football because it's the center of the football. This is where my image taking up. So there's that. And I think maybe it's possible you could like move it plus 10 pixels. Just to move it a little bit more, just so that the football's on opposite side of where you want it. I don't know. Does that work? Maybe. And maybe that's why it was doing this weird math where it was adding 10. No, it wasn't even adding 10. It was times 10. So I don't know what it was doing. Never mind. I was trying to give you credit there, AI. I still don't know what you were doing there. I don't know if that's going to do anything. Let's go ahead and stop this. I'll let it recompile again. This is really fun. I'm telling you, I'm excited because I want to turn this into a real. I mean, as we add more and more, takes time. This is the stuff you're seeing. This is like small, but this is a one-man show, right? I don't have anybody doing pieces on the parallel, but so as I go through it, you're gonna see more and more and more detail come through. But at the same time, you got to realize one-man show. It takes a while to get these things going. But keep in mind when you see like these companies that make beautiful, awesome, amazing games, Baldur's Gate 3, Diablo 4, these are all great games and they do so much and there's so much stuff going on. And they have, developer armies, right? I mean, they've got multiple companies working on bits. They got handfuls of devs on each company doing their parts and their pieces. And we're talking about graphics and logic and all this stuff has to come together into a big cohesive app. And it takes them 5, 7, 10 years to write these things. And it's a massive undertaking each time. And building it from ground up, I bet you a lot of these companies almost never build anything from ground up. I think it would take even longer. I think they all have some kind of engine or base setup already that they manipulate in form and shape, and it's like they have the ball of clay and they just reshape it into doing what they want. Versus they don't have anything. They got to go make the clay, which is the whole base engine, the whole base logic. I'm base logic. I started off with nothing but React app and nothing in it, and I didn't know anything about React. So, well, I knew very little. And I'm learning stuff. I'm starting to learn how stuff functions a little bit. But I'm excited about this. I think it's got a lot of potential. I'm excited about getting the back-end engine stuff going. I'm really excited about getting some user interactivity going. That's going to be fun. Starting to get things plugged in, maybe even being able to make it accessible. And there's so many things. It's like a long list of stuff that I want to add into this. I just hope somehow, some way, I'm able to actually continue working on it. Praise. I'm praying, God. So if you're thinking of some way, if you're hearing me, this would be a good thing if you could figure out a way to let me do this. And support, not have to worry about the financial implications of, developing at home full time. Now, what would happen if I had the resources to continue working on this? Well, for one, I'd probably work on it more than I do now. And I work on it a lot. Trust me, even though I'm not streaming every minute of it, my day 17 there is more like, well, that's probably pretty accurate. Probably more like day 18, day 19. I keep jumping it, but it's not every day I've streamed. I mean, I think I've streamed probably only about maybe 12 of those days. Because I work on other days. I do little bits here and there, and the weekends. It's just, I don't work on Saturday too much, even though there's been a few times I'm like, I'm dying to work today, but I can't. I can't go do something fun, relax, do stuff that's clears the mind. And you might say, why? Well, because I like to honor the Sabbath. I am not Jewish, but I believe God had something going there when he said, rest on this day. He has a reason for it, man. He's not telling you this because he just wants you to twiddle your thumbs. He knows it's good for you. Much in the same way, that's why I don't eat pork. I just believe that even though the New Testament says it's probably not that, you can probably eat it because, it's some of those Old Testament things aren't necessary. But my thought is, why would God tell you not to eat pork? Why? What is it about it? You think those animals are more sacred? I doubt a pig is more sacred than a dog or a cow or whatever. So I'm thinking there was a reason for it. I wish he had said, because this stuff is bad for you. It's going to wreck you. But when he names all these things which he doesn't want you to eat, I think it's because it's generally harmful. Now, in our day and age, modern day, it's true. We probably clean things pretty well. We probably have learned a lot. We've learned how to cook and kill the bacteria and stuff that get in there. So it's probably not as big of a deal. But why risk it? So I don't eat it. All right, so let's see where we're at. Yards to go. We've got 65. We should be about the 35-yard line. We're a little off. I would really like to see when. Well, let's watch a couple plays. 5 yards, so we should be about the 40-yard line. Yeah, we're a little off. Not necessarily a bad thing. It's just coming down to what are my percentages. We started a little off, so that could be that I don't have enough width going here. I wish I could say where I'm starting. So I really want to see a 0. But ultimately, the ball should never be outside of field area. That's the thing. Another 3-yard gain. Another 3-yard gain. 2 yards. See how my plays work? They're working every time when I stop it. But when I let it run, we get like double plays. So it's obviously got there's some kind of a delay going on there. -1. That did not move 1 yard. It moved more than that, it looks like. I mean, it correctly mathed out 1 yard, but it's not, the ball is moving a little excessively. 7-yard gain. That looked pretty close. What's the yard line? 46. Yeah, I'm a little short on the, I'm about 3 yards short. So it seems like I'm wondering if I should go from the center. I think it'd just be more accurate. If we get a little off, the further away you get, which, it's 4th and 2, so we're going to punt. So this will put the ball down the field a little bit. So let's see what happens. Oh, he kicked for a field goal. 63-yard field goal, no good, which means we give it back to them 7 yards back. So we're going to be somewhere around the 40-something yards to go, probably 47, which is off. Now, okay, we've also got the problem of the ball icon being a width. And I am pushing this image. So when you think about it, this should be sitting right across the image. So as we keep moving this, if it's going by left and we're just pushing it left and right pixels, this is 47 yards according to what it's saying, and the image should always be, whatever yards to go for them is 47, but we're off by a slight bit, and it'll get more and more precise as we get closer to the left, but I don't know. I got to get the ball in a direction that's close enough. -4 yards, went the wrong way. Sacked for 14-yard loss. Oh, they're getting wrecked. And you can see that I still have a problem here. How come my alignment appears all off? Because I don't have any cells in here anymore that should be causing that. I wonder if when I recompiled I did not build my cells correctly. Because this should be the same width as everything up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I have call span is 5, the full 5, and that's full 5. So these are just like in the center. So we are, I still have this. Oh, that's probably not helpful. That's definitely not helpful, because that means that pushes everything off. Gotta reload. That literally that takes a huge chunk of positioning and puts me off. So I gotta definitely realign that. Plus, it could even screw up the top half of the board, because I have 6 cells now, and there's a 6th cell in there pushing everything. Yeah, that was wonky, man. Wonk, wonk, wonk. All right, let's see where we're at now. Let's see if things are a little bit better. How come we only get... How come things don't always appear? Like now my football's not even on the field anymore. What did I do? Did I do something weird? Or did it just need to recompile and it lost its image and everything? I think I just... Yeah, I think I just broke. I need to recompile or something. It's like, what are you doing? I don't know what to do. You lost everything. Alright, so let's... I think I need to start building a database. Let's... I think I have SQL Server on here, I hope. I may not even have SQL Server. I should probably get it installed, now that I think about it. This is... I haven't even looked to see if my... You know what? Let's do something quick. Well, let's do something quick. This is important. This is a distraction, but it's important. This is me checking. Let's see if my computer... Let's see how good these guys are at... have they fixed my computer? Are they planning to send it back to me anytime soon? How come I'm not signed in? Am I signed in now? Okay. Now, even when I get it back, it's going to take me a week to get it fully... I mean, because I'll be doing this, so I'll be installing stuff on the side. Trying to get all of my stuff back in there. They should be nice and go, yeah, right, this is broken. Let's give you a newest computer. Actually, you know what? For games, I've heard the 8 is better than the 11. And I run games. Now, granted, it's graphics situation, and I have an external graphics card, so that may not be the issue. What the heck? This is not everything. Did I... What the heck? Where's my... I'm a little worried here. Where's my image? That's not what I wanted to see. Here's what I wanted to see. Oh, because... I don't even know. Surface Pro... Oh, I'm so confused. What the heck? Oh, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be looking at, I think. Okay. Ends 12.3. But I don't see... Where's my order? I'm a little concerned. What's going on, people? Where's my order? There should be an order here somewhere. Really? Where is this order? Okay, I am really wondering what's going on here. Alright, so maybe I have to look at all 5 devices. I don't even know why it thinks I have 5 devices, but... That's my daughter's laptop. These don't exist. This is the one I'm supposed to be... Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They lost my computer because I don't see any evidence of my computer being worked on, and I just printed the thing and I don't see anything. It doesn't even show that I made a claim. It's like... What is going on? All right, I got to find out what's happening, man. Oh. Yeah, I'm a concern now. What's going on? What is my computer? I sent it back, and they go, "Oh, thanks, man." It's like, we'll just keep that. It's like, no, where's my computer? What are you doing with my computer? Why are you not? Look, it's like thinks I'm Brent. It's like I haven't done nothing. Where? Oh, okay. All right, I got to sign off. Hey, Thomas. No, I'm not going to sign off. I'm frustrated. How's it going, Thomas? I was looking to see what happened to my my Surface Pro that I sent into Microsoft, and it doesn't show. I had a ticket here, and normally it shows you the status, and I go in here and the status is gone. It's like they don't have any order. It's like it didn't exist. I have nada. So where is my computer? That's what I want to know. So yeah, I gotta reach out to those guys. So I don't know if you've watched any of my stream. I've been working on this football simulator, and I'm trying to make it into a full-blown application. It's not going to be just a sim like it's doing, but I want to make it be able to have user interactions and coaching profiles and real-life player stats. And I have a lot of the stats and logic and formulas I want to use from a board game that I designed and built off of real-life true stats. And I'm going to implement a lot of that functionality to create player-level responses. And these are all the things I want to do, but I just started this thing. That's why it's only day 17, right? And so I'm trying to get... Why is this? Oh, are we still running? So how come some stuff doesn't load? It's kind of hit or miss sometimes on the loading. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so 35-yard line. Wow, that's really accurate. That landed perfectly on the 35-yard line. But that might be wrong because if it's looking at the left of the image, it's probably off by a couple yards. But let's see where we're at. So what are you up to today, Thomas? Hand off for a short gain of 9 yards. That should put me, what, on the 56? Well, for one, you can't... Oh, 56 yards to go. So that's about 3 yards off, 4 yards off. Still a little off. Not particularly perfect. I'm going to... I didn't build again. Sometimes when you take out parts, some of the logic needs to be rebuilt. It doesn't always build right when I just fix something and go. Some things come in, some things don't. So I don't feel comfortable with it having all of my changes unless I do a complete build. I want to try to change how... There's a way to get this to auto save and auto build each time I run localhost. That would be great, but I also have to... Oh, I was going to... This all started with me trying to determine if I have SQL, which I don't think I do. Hey man, watch away, man. I am not a React expert by any means, but oh, I have SQLite on here. I wonder if I should try that. Oh, I don't. That's just a reference to SQLite. I don't know. Okay, so kind of giving you my background. You're a computer science senior, so you're going to have pretty modern stuff. I'd imagine you've done some web development, some database development. You've done some of this stuff. Now, my expertise, if I was to say I'm an expert, because I've been programming for a long time, many, many, many years. We won't get into the details of how long, just long enough to know that a lot of my skills kind of outdated except for SQL, because SQL doesn't change so much that if you're working in it all the way up, say you've been working in 2016 or 2014 or whatever it is, and you've been working on it recently, your skills are going to be pretty transferable to anybody using SQL Server. However, my front-end development has been ASP.NET and C#, .NET Framework, which are both kind of outdated. And I've been working on it a lot, right up until I got laid off from my job. And unfortunately, a lot of those things people don't want. ASP.NET, no one's using it in that way anymore. You know, they're using MVC and Blazor, C#, React, Angular, all these things, which I hadn't spent much time in. And so I'm trying to learn. So I picked React. For one, Angular's convoluted. I don't know. And Blazor, oh my gosh, Blazor. Don't get me started on Blazor. I spent a fair amount of time trying to learn Blazor stuff. And Blazor is like, talk about long-winded. Sheesh. I just found React to be more intuitive and more, it just seemed to be a little bit more succinct in doing stuff in general. But React's got its issues, I mean, which are both good and bad issues. And I'll say this because React has a lot of asynchronous processing, which is fine, but it can make things very complicated in getting things to trigger. So like one of my main problems is, I think you'll see down here, I have my plays executing. Now when I stop it, they're working right. One play, another play, followed by the next play. And, but if I were to let it run, let's see, how good is this yards to go? So yeah, we're perfect. 65 yards, right on the 35-yard line. What happened there? Kicker blasted through the end zone. Opponent will take it on the 35. Oh, did I not actually get a process there? What's going on, man? See, this is what's happening. This is not a, this means the play did not get changed. And then when it runs again this time, it ran the third time and it did change, apparently. But he got hit behind the line of scrimmage, so nothing happened. So we got 3 yards, and this time it processed. So when I get these 2 lines, that means it processed. It took the play, and we put it in, and now we can move on to the next play. And so we got 3 yards. We should be about the, 38? Which is a... Oh, we're still at 65. Why did that still say 65, even though we got that yardage? What the heck? 62. Okay, so that something's out of whack, man. Incompletion. See, we're like a whole play ahead. What is going on? Is it because of where I'm stopping the thing? Okay, so that was last play. Oh, okay, so last play was 0, and I'm working into here, and then, but see, then I got 3 yards on this play, which would put me at 62. Oh, because we had 0. Yeah, so it's where I'm catching it. But this whole bit is confusing everything. These are repeat plays caused by timing issues of React, and that's causing me consternation. I got to figure out how to do that, stop it from repeating. Now, I was looking, I've been using AI a lot to help learn React, and it's helped me figure out some problems, giving me some solutions to move things around. It's actually pretty good, gotta say. Helps a lot. It makes a lot of mistakes too, though. You gotta be really careful. Be very careful with AI, because it will sometimes write your code and incorrectly rewrite it in a way that it's like, it doesn't understand the logic of certain bits, and you're like, why did you change that? You know, it's like, explain to me why you changed this, because I'm telling you what you did does not work. It's usually when you're doing multiple type formulas, it thinks it can reduce it, and sometimes it tries and it loses half of what the formula is supposed to be doing. So So we got -4 yards. We're supposed to be 65 yards. We're right pretty close, but I think I'm still off in my width. So I really need to see a 0. A 0 would, or a 1 or something would tell me roughly how far off we are and how much squishing I need to do to get that football to land in its right place. But I should. Yeah, the big question, man. I get it. You know, you got to find something you enjoy to work on. And see, that's part of the problem with software development. You got to get into a company where you like what they're working on. You got to like the opportunity, the work that they're putting you in. It's got to work for you. Sometimes people are good with just say, hey, give me something to do and let me have the opportunity to solve it. Other people are like, I want to be able to create something. Let me help design it and build it. See, me, I have to be able to design and build. Preferably something I want. But I've been doing this for a long time. I've been crazy long time. To the point where I was burned out. I didn't want to be a developer anymore, to be honest. But then I started learning something new and then applying it to something. That's kind of the thing. I just decided I had to catch up. I mean, if I wanted to be a developer still, continue to be a developer, I need to catch up with the tech. And I get it. Because part of it is, too, when you're looking for work, the big problem is that everybody wants something different. Some people want Angular, and some people want C#. Some people want React. Some want Vue. Some want you to have these other different backend databases, Superbase, SQL, Mongo, Cosmos, and then you got Python and C++, and all these companies want something different, and they want different amounts of experience in each one, and you got to have 3 or 4 or 5 of these things, not to mention the technologies of Agile and or the paradigms and working processes, and then you got to know whether you're not using Git or ADO Dev or Azure. So much. It is so much, man, and I get it. It's a frustrating thing. It's easy to be overwhelmed. And all I can say is my suggestion is at this day and age, because when I got into programming, there was less options, less things for people to the latest, greatest things. There was less of them. Not to say there weren't some, but when I first got in, it was, do you use C++, which has been around since forever? If you're going to learn something, apparently C++ is about as safe as it gets because it's always around. It's always one of the things out there that people are using. But it's the middle languages that kind of keep updating. VB.NET was a thing for a long time. VB before that, VB, just regular VB. Then went to C#, and then they had F#, and then they started bringing in some of the other middle tier things. Well, Python's been around for a while, but Python is kind of growing. There's just so many things, and you really just got to pick something. Kind of look out in the job markets that's out there. Pick a back end, a middle tier, a web, and just build something. That's how you build you have to build the experience on your own, right? You have to motivate yourself, because that's going to be something that you can use for an example, a sample, whenever companies come up to you and go, hey, what kind of work have you been doing? Do you have any code samples? Well, you got to work on something. So keep your code. If you're in school and they're teaching you how to do stuff and you're learning how to code things, keep your code, put it somewhere that you can use it, especially code that you think is kind of cool and has a cool output that you feel like you can be especially proud of. The more complicated the code, the better. Complicated, I don't mean long-winded, just like it does something that takes a significant amount of thought to get working. But, the company's going to look at that and go, well, you're just coming out of school, so they're going to have different expectations for you. For me, expectations are very high because I'm a senior programmer. I'm the kind of guy that they expect to have really high, which makes it even harder for me, because if I change to a code that I can't use, or that I don't know, if I want to have a similar salary, I got to be nearly an expert at the new thing, or I have to take a significant pay cut. And even then, they're like, well, he's been doing this for so long. Is he going to want to do this at a significant pay cut? And so it's like, yes, I'll do it. Just give me the job, man. But for you, you're just coming in. So you're going to start a lot lower, and they're going to have less expectations of you. So they may not have the same levels, but the more you know, the better. And you want to just find something you love and enjoy. So don't go work for a company that's doing something that you're like, I don't want to do this. I mean, this doesn't interest me. Because you're going to get in there, they're going to start giving you tasks to work on. And you're just going to be like, I don't know what to do with this. I mean, yeah, I can do what you want, but you're going to have to let the code stimulate you, not the purpose of the code. Because that's all you got. But if you can enjoy it, find something you like me, I'm working on my football game here, and it's got me going, man. I am hyped. I want to write a full app with this. I've got this ever-growing list of features and functionality I want to add to this thing, and I'm just like, oh, I'm psyched. Now, a game that's actually usable, that you could put on mobile or on any kind of, if I want to make it a website, if I want people to be able to interact, it's going to take a while. It could be a year before I get anything even close to a completed product. Now, a functional product I can have, which I want to start putting in some UI features and putting it out there so people can interact with it. I want to be able to put in a login feature so I can have people log in and then they can run their own simulations. They can build their own teams and start playing with it as it becomes more and more of a game. I'm hoping in a month or so I have something that people can start hitting, while it's in development. But yeah, it's got to be a fun thing for you. I wish and pray and hope that if I'm still chugging away at this, I could get, I don't know, some way to continue working on it. I mean, it's hard. If I get a full-time job, right, I'm not going to be able to work on this. I'll be working on my job. I'll be working on this part-time, but it'll be on a rare occasion. It'll be very slow going. If I want this to be a full-time job, I got to figure out how to fund it. Fund me while I'm working on it. That's kind of the thing. So, but yeah, it's fun to stream it. It's fun to talk about it. It's fun to watch it. Because when I first started, it was just a couple lines of text and random 4 quarters of scores. No. I have stats that will be on the back end, and those back end stats are gonna fuel the players that are gonna drive this simulation. So right now, if I take this out, and you're gonna see the football on the field bounce all over the place, but whatever. So it's running actual plays right now. There's no people running these plays. They're just they're random value distances for the plays. No, I don't mind. So you can see my football's actually jumping off the field. That's not good. It should not be jumping off the field. Besides, I gotta let it run every now and then just to see where the ball's going and to see how close I am. I should not be able to get the ball off the field. It should pretty much land in the end zone at most, but never off the field. So it's kind of fun to watch it, though. I've gotten to the point where I'm liking the process, watching it go. So you can see that I've got it doing the downs, the distances, the scores, all this stuff. Is it took me a couple weeks to get it to do all this, track the time. I got things like kickoffs and passes and everything going, but I want to start putting in some UI where people can throw in their they can put in their name, like on my chat. Like you would be able to go hashtag OC, not hashtag, exclamation point OC, Thomas, quarterback, long bomb or something. And then it would insert bomb for the play and QB for the position and Thomas for the name. And then on the next play that you see, it would be a bomb where Thomas attempts to throw the ball to whoever. Now, he might get sacked, but he might also connect. Who knows? Or it could just be incomplete. But it would just update that play, because as you can see, I'm running through these at pretty high speed, but I'll probably have a little timer that's ticking with the play clock, which will allow for people to maybe put in a command and tell it to do it. And it'll be listening for those play inserts, and it'll adjust the next play according to that person's, whatever the command was. That's for me on my streaming. That's like my streaming goal. And I think that'll be one of the easier things to implement. But eventually I want it to be more than that. I want to be able to have this link here, which doesn't do anything right now, is a coaching profile, is where I would be able to adjust, or a person who's logged in would be able to go in there and adjust their coaching profile. Say, I want to run these kind of plays, I want these kind of downs, in this situation. I want to, adjust the entire coaching setup. And then the players will be all the players you have on your team, which will be pulled from a database. All the players that I have loaded into the database with actual official stats built on, and then all my formulas are in the database that calculate how the players will interact on the field. So you're able to do a whole bunch of cool things. And then I have a board game where I've already done all the formulas for this and how the players are going to interact. So I don't have to think that much through. I just got to do the coding for it. And I might be able to make the actual plays a little bit more complex, just because it's computer and it can do more brain thinking than a board game can. But it's still, I can use the same formulas and the same stats, and I can load in new stats all the time and just provide more players. And it's going to be real players, real teams, but fake names and fake team names, because I don't have an NFL license and I don't want to get in trouble. So I'll probably, I was going over that this morning. In fact, if you want to check my earlier stream, I think it was my earlier stream, I actually was showing examples. Sadly, that's not going to happen. I wish EA would lose their license and somebody with some real skills with graphics. I am not a graphics guy. So ultimately, what we're going to have is my goal is a really good sim. Think, if you want to get an idea of what I want to do better, there's a couple of mobile games out there that are kind of along that lines, and there's one PC game out there that's kind of along the lines of what I'm going for. Kind of. I want to create something that looks similar to Football Head Coach 25, or I think it's Football GOAT, GOAT, like greatest of all time. And then kind of similar to those in what their appearance is. You have player cards and you can do some stuff, but I want to have way more in-depth coaching profiles, play profiles, play calling. In fact, I want to even be able to run it so people can play against each other and call their own plays, which those games don't allow. I want the simulations to be way more accurate. I'm not going to build it so cards just keep getting better and it gets stupid unbalanced. They're bad. But I like the concepts. And that's what made me wanted to do this, because I want to make one that's good. Unfortunately, NFL 2K, which is what everybody thinks about when they think about a good football game from the past. EA, which is just, anybody who says EA's graphics aren't good doesn't know how complicated graphics are. Graphics are so amazingly difficult, and they do amazing work. I'm sorry, I can't knock them for the graphics. I know there are little things that are awkward and weird about it, but it is not easy to create graphics. Interactive, live, interacting graphics. There's so many talkers out there. What they call a couch quarterback, or whatever it is. They have people just think that they know what should be there, and it's not easy. What they do is amazing work. Their graphics are awesome. That said, their game sucks. It's the underlying engines that these games they make. Some companies are graphics first, and that's so broken. It's so broken to be graphics first. You gotta make a good game before you can make a good look. What good is a good game to have bad graphics or to have good graphics if the game's terrible? And that's exactly. So I'm trying to make a great game, and someday if I ever have a bajillion dollars, I can get some people to help me make good graphics. But yeah, no, I know. I agree. I got to pause for a bit. I got to go help my wife get some groceries out of the car. So I'll be back. It's probably going to be 5 or 10 minutes. But I'm going to step away for a bit. Um, and yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. If you're still here when I come back, great. I do have work to do. We'll see how much I can get done as this day goes on. Yeah, I'm back. It wasn't what I thought. I mean, she didn't need me. She didn't bring a whole groceries home. I thought she was bringing a bunch of stuff from Costco. She went to Costco, but leak code. Is leak code? Isn't that the testing thing? The software testing or a skill testing tool? I'm not sure. I can't remember what that was. I feel like that's what I remember. Oh yeah, where was I? I'm trying to get this image to move back and forth. And it is bouncing off the field a little bit. So, see these double scores? That's caused by double plays, all this gaps. I think I need to fix that. I need to fix that. Or at least make an attempt at fixing it. Oops, what happened? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I hate programming puzzles. Okay, so it's not that I hate the puzzles. I think it's kind of cool trying to solve those sometimes. They're kind of fun. It's like if you like puzzles. But I hate the fact that interviews oftentimes will have somebody sitting there and watch you try to do them. So you're like, they say, do these puzzles or whatever, and then they just sit there and they have people on the other side of the interview watching you solve these puzzles. So it's probably a good idea. I'm telling you, so there are some companies that will use those. I've noticed the big things that a lot of companies ask for. It's almost standard fare, arrays and binary trees and stuff. Things you rarely will ever need to deal. You'll need to work with arrays a lot, I guess. But I mean, I have arrays in here, but they're usually much less complex than the stuff they're trying to do. And binary trees, that is really uncommon. So it's good. That's good because the testing is what these interviews are going to be doing. So they're getting you ready for what you're going to have to expect. So the more tests you have, the more you know the answer to in advance, the better. I got an interview, my last interview one, and this is before I even started playing with this stuff, was to create an API. It said create an API using C#, and it said these are the conditions of the API, what it needs to do. I had never actually started an API from scratch. I'd worked on APIs, but they weren't ones that I created. So luckily, they gave me a day or so to do it, and I was able to learn it or go on site. I got really close, but I didn't quite figure it out. I mean, I was getting close. I was just learning that language. I think I had to do it in React, and I didn't fully get it. I hadn't finished taking any classes in React, and I was just trying to learn it on the fly. Didn't quite work. So I've been working with React now for a total of about 3 months. Maybe if I compressed it all into a full-time job, it was maybe 2.5 months. But I am getting better. I'm starting to understand it some. But yeah, hey man, you're on the right track. That's the way to do it. And at least they got schools getting you to learn correctly. I gotta type this quick. Anyway, I'm leaning forward right into the camera. Hold on a second. I gotta finish typing this. When you came on, I was dealing with a Microsoft issue. they lost my computer, or at least they didn't say that, but it's not showing my. I submitted a service request, tweaked it, sent it in, and now the service request is gone and my computer's not here. Better not. This is Microsoft. They better not. Okay, so, oh, proof of purchase with the McNeils. I don't even know. Proof of purchase. I don't even know what I'm sending it to. I'm making something up here. I don't even know what to do here. I'm submitting an issue for something. I'm submitting an issue on a warranty, but the problem is it's not on the actual service. I don't how. Oh, these guys. You know, the chat people, when I've worked with the chat people at Microsoft, they've been great. They've been very helpful, very useful, but I think somebody in their tech department is a little off their game. They're getting, I tell you. Okay, so I sent in my computer, my Surface Pro. It's still under warranty, at least until December 3rd, which is now 6 days away. I sent in my Surface Pro to get the fan fixed because it was grinding, making noises, and you can tell. And I was like, all right, we need to get this fixed. So I sent it in. They got it. 2 days later, they sent it back. I went to chat and said, okay, what's going on? You know, what they do to fix this? And it goes, well, let me look. And they go look, and they said, they didn't do anything. They didn't find anything wrong. And I'm going, what do you mean you didn't find anything wrong? The fan is making noise. And I said, I know it's making noise because it does it every time and it's constant. And so, well, all right, let's submit a fresh ticket for you. But we couldn't because it hadn't returned to me yet. It was still in the mail. And so I had to wait because UPS lost it, had a snowstorm in Mexico, and 2 delays later, is 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks later from the time they shipped it, I got the computer. So I called them up. I go, all right, I need it. I have it. Can we set up the ticket and send it back in? And they go, yeah, we'll set up the ticket. So they set up a ticket for me. I went, I printed the ticket, shipped it back to them with all the details. I went to go see, well, it's been a few days, see what's going on. I looked, and the ticket's gone. There's no ticket. My computer's just not to be seen. And I'm like, no, that's not what I want to see. So I'm like, what is happening here, people? Do you want to explain to me? You got some explaining to do. So, yeah, I'm a little concerned. So I've tried to see if I can find some kind of feedback and get these guys to tell me where is my computer. It's definitely not what I want to see. Yeah, okay. How come I can never find the same thing? It's like they move the help. Go on there. I don't know if they're really moving the help. It's just not obvious when I go on here. It's like I'm trying to go to the help screen. Okay, so this has nothing to do with my app. Let's stay on point here. It's not like it's going to be done. I mean, and they have it, and hopefully they know where it is because it's got the RMA number and all that stuff is on the. It's hopefully all that stuff is there and they know what's going on. But that said, let's get this stupid thing working. I got to go to my. So one of the things so I use a couple of different AIs. I use Claude, I use ChatGPT, and I use Blackbox AI. I even use Copilot. Copilot is basically ChatGPT. And Claude is only good for about a handful of requests a day. However, ChatGPT will let you keep going, although there is a limited number of times. Okay, let's see here. All right, I got to... Now, my football movement, not perfect. I'll tweak it. It's kind of like I'm okay with it at the moment, just because I just wanted it on the field to kind of show things moving around. It's relatively close. I think it'll be better once I fix this issue that I'm working on now. And I don't know if it's going to give me a very good answer here because it's oftentimes got problems, but... I've already asked it a couple questions. Like I said, Claude does okay, but it's a hand. Unless you're paying for it. Some developers swear by these things and they'll pay for multiple, just so that they can have multiple feedbacks. But I am going to let's go to normal and say okay. Let's see. Right, play call, play info, or current play and game state in this code seem to be updating incorrectly. During debugging, seems play info offense play and special teams play are running 2 to 3 times for every 1 time game the 2 states update. So I think I have to figure out a way to stop or block. Now, if I'm running the code, see, this is the thing with React. It's got a lot of asynchronous calls. So a lot of times, like in this code here, I am actually trying to run through all the plays of the game. And then at the end of each play, we update the states using the use state and this promise to delay things. But something's happening in this code that when I go here, it actually runs the play twice without updating the state, even though it's running this. So I'm wondering, so I'm thinking a flag or some kind of, some other kind of functionality needs to take place. I'm thinking a flag, but the thing is, I don't really know. I don't really know React well enough to understand sometimes where these flags are going. Let's see what Claude says. The problem likely stems from how you're handling state updates in the game loop and the use effect hook. There are new potential issues that could cause multiple unnecessary renders or play execution. No, it's not re-rendering. To clarify, we are not getting multiple re-renders, since the renders depend on the state changing. Only the play runs multiple times between each state update / render. Could you add some console logging to confirm exactly what's happening? I'd suggest adding logs. Yes, I have logs. That's what I just said. Yes, I have logs. That is how I saw that it was running multiple times. Here are a few log output lines. So I actually had an AI ask me one time. It actually asked me for the logs. It says, "Hey, can you put some logs in here so I could see what's going on?" And I go, "Really? You're actually going to try to read the logs?" It's like, "Okay, let's see what you got there, buddy." So we're going to see what this does. Note last play call down and distance repeat prior to the log lines that show state updates. It appears the game loop repeatedly executing plays without updating state. Isn't that what I just said? I just said that. Hey, it looks like this is happening. Yeah, no kidding. That's what I just told you. It's like, oh, so that's what you mean. All right, let's see what he does. This is Claude attempting to fix my problem. Let's see what he says. And you have to be very careful, okay, Thomas, if you're going to use AI, and I'm sure you've used it before. I would imagine the schools kind of got you doing it a little bit. It's probably good that if they're not, I suppose, knowing the stuff without AI is even better. But if you're going to use AI to help find answers, I'm telling you, don't just take its word for it. Yeah, a lot of these AI, Claude is actually notorious for this. To try to make your code better, it will try to rewrite stuff, and sometimes it rewrites it by breaking your logic. So review line by line what it's changing, if anything. Because a lot of times it only changes a couple lines and you're fine, and you can go grab those 2 lines. And I just copy and paste. I like to take what was changed and not take the whole thing. I've done the whole thing before and I've regretted it. So I've had to go and undo stuff. Yeah, there you go. Don't give me the wrong answer. Do it right the first time, man. Don't change my code outside of what I asked. Sometimes I'll even ask it. I go, "Why did you change this line? It had nothing to do with the problem." "Oh, I was just trying to optimize your code." It's like, but you broke my code. It doesn't work there anymore. The logic doesn't work. It's like, don't do that. Just pay attention. Just fix what I told you to fix. Okay, so we've got basically game state ref. They're not doing anything there. Time and quarter. Okay, so we're good. I'm just trying to see. Sometimes you can go to the bottom and it'll just tell you what he did. Simplified the play execution logic. Yeah, okay. So that's what makes me nervous right there. Simplified play execution logic. Okay, so all right, he did this. Should execute equals play. Okay, so this is basically my if statement. For some reason, they changed it to should execute play logic. Okay. Time and quarter, current quarter, time and quarter, game state, total score. So okay, so he's not they're not changing this, which is good. He's turning it into a instead of see, I'm not sure what is the benefit there unless this is changing in some other way. This says instead of using my if, which says exactly the same thing, it turned it into a variable and just use the variable. Is that simpler? Is that better? I don't know, man. So, well, okay. All right, so play call, consult coach. Okay, so my coach is getting his call. Time and quarter. I should probably lay this out. Inline is kind of hard to look at. Let's go ahead and do that. I mean, I understand this. I've done it a few times. Inline works when you've got a couple of parameters, but it is kind of hard to see sometimes when you're. I'm constantly looking at it going, is that the right? Which one of these is the variable I want to look at? So this is fine. It does kind of let you see it better. So time and quarter, yards to go. Okay, so you didn't change anything there. Unless there's a purpose in this bit, I don't know that that's all that important. Is that simpler? It says simplified my game logic. Is that the simplification? And they just, I have my time and quarter, current quarter. I don't know why it put a log in for my time in quarter. It just decided they needed to log that. Doesn't really say. I prefer this. I should actually put something in for last play call though. I didn't actually do that. Thing is, I don't have last play call. I've noticed that I'm not saving that, and I probably should because that's information that might be needed for the statistics later. But I've noticed I'm not saving the last play call. So I'd have to log the play at the time I run it because when I leave this game loop, it's fresh. It comes back, it does a whole new play. So I'm not actually saving the last play call. I should. I could put play call in down here just to get the play call and it would show it to me, but I have it not. I'm trying to limit the logs right now. I don't know why they changed it here, but all right, so we got consult coach is the play call. Then we got play info, which is basically what I've got here. We're going down. Didn't really change doing anything. Okay, again, didn't really do anything. Includes play call. Play info, run special teams play. Didn't do anything except relist the order of these. Again, I don't really care about that. That's not doing anything. There's not an actual change here. It's like the AI is going, I made your code better. And it's like, did you? Did you really do anything at all? Run offense play, yards to play, 2P. So it didn't really change anything up to this point. So now, this is where I'd start to expect that we might have a change. Or not. Ooh, where's the... Oh, funny. Okay, okay, so this is funny. Okay. Claude just undid what other AIs made me do in the first place. I'll explain. Okay, so I got some variables where I'm setting this kickoff required, right? I had all this stuff in line. All of this stuff here, everything here, from here up to here, was in line. It was set down here on these variables. I put it down here, just like you see here, written into singular line format. But I don't know if it was Claude or ChatGPT or Black Box AI, pulled all of them out and turned them into this kind of thing. And I thought, you know what, that might actually be good because then I can put console logging for each play. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be able to log things that were happening here. So it allowed me to trap it, because you can't do that inside of this game state. So I wasn't able to put logs in there. So I said, oh, this is good. I like it. I'll pull it out, set my values into a variable, which is what I got add score to test. And then I added it to this. But it's trying to do exactly what I undid, all one line. So I was like, okay, well, that's a thing, but I don't see how that's better. It's not simplified. It's actually kind of hard to read. But it basically did what I had done, so I'm not going to worry about it. I don't understand how this is changing my... Hey, Ojasva, how you doing, man? What's the latest? All right, so what is it doing, though, to make... How is it making my game state better, though? It didn't do anything. All right, so all it did... So if I have my game state called... Oh, it took the promise out. Oh, man, that's a massive question, my friend. Massive question. Where should you start? Wow. You know, if you want to... All right, let's say you're completely new. I mean, like, you know nothing, but you want to know something. Find something you want to do. Some code, some app, something you want to create. Okay, this is my suggestion. Learn C. Oh, there you go. C or C++. Those are low-level languages that are universally usable. I mean, they've been used for 30 years, 40 years. They've been using them forever, and they haven't gone anywhere. So you're guaranteed a job if you learn C, C++. Well, there's no guarantees with them laying off 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 people every now and then. You may not be, because you're competing against everybody with all this remote work nowadays. But your best chances are to know C++. But again, C++ is not a front-end language. It's a back-end language. It's a meat and potatoes language, right? You can write anything with C++, but most likely you're going to write the underlying engine and the application logic. And then eventually you're going to have to learn a database, and you're going to have to learn a front-end language. Okay, so you're going to need, I would say SQL Server, probably the best, but if you're going to do a lot of web development, you might need to learn Mongo or Cosmos. So it kind of determines on what it is you want to do and what kind of work you want to do. So, but SQL Server is like one of the most widespread databases. It's out there. Businesses use it, so they're the ones hiring, needing it. Some do want to use Cosmos or Mongo. There are other companies using Supabase. Some use their own database, but that's like a whole nother, don't worry about that. If you don't want to go to the bottom levels, then things get a little iffy. You don't want to go down to C++ and C, which are actually a little bit more complex because they can do more. They're a little bit more low level. They're the languages used to write the other languages, right? C++, C are oftentimes used to write C#, VB.NET, F#, probably Python, and a lot of other languages are written with C++ or C, because they are the bare bones bottom of the development tree. Databases are probably even written with things like C++. I don't know exactly how low level it goes, but you're going to need to know a back end, a middle, and a front. Then you got to pick what your front is. I mean, the most popular ones: Angular, React, maybe Vue, and there's other ones too. There's a bunch of them. Pick your languages, man, and then start working on something and just focus on those items. Get good at them. Learn them. And use the AIs. I gotta tell you, AIs help a lot. You know, I need a database that does this, whatever. And it can give you some guidance. Don't get too broad, because you don't want it to do it. You won't learn anything, because it'll give you something that probably you don't even know what it's doing. But look at it. So I'm using SQL Server. I need a table that does these things. I don't know how to write the script. It'll give you a script, and it'll show you, and you can kind of go, oh, okay, that's how a script is written, that kind of thing. So, using free tools, SQLite, SQL Express are free. Visual Studio Code, very good IDE. But you can there's free versions of Visual Studio. I tell you, I was having a lot of trouble with VS Code. I couldn't get it to debug correctly. I tried Visual Studio, put my app into Visual Studio 2022, which is a free also. You can get a public version or whatever they call it. And I got it going in a few minutes. I was debugging and running and off to the races. But yeah, you've got to probably start setting up an IDE. Most people, you go with VS Code. It's the most common. But Visual Studio is an option. Then you probably want to learn, the other thing you probably want to pick up is a code repository. Most likely GitHub. It's probably the best. Even Azure DevOps can use GitHub. GitHub is the most across the board. Most people use it. Probably say 90% of companies use GitHub, or some kind of Git repo, whether it's through ADO. GitHub is actually Azure DevOps might use Git, but it might not use GitHub. Yeah, those are good places to start, man. I don't know. I haven't taken those classes, but if you're using C++ and you are really new, then yeah, Python Bootcamp, C++ Bootcamp, those would be good. But again, they're going to be competing tools. If you do both of those, yeah, you might get some logic and knowledge in both, but you are using two things that if you get hired for one or the other, you won't use the other one. Because most companies aren't using C++ and Python. So I would probably more be inclined to pick one of those and then pick a front end or a back end to go with it, or both. Do a C++ bootcamp, a React bootcamp, and a SQL Server bootcamp, or Supabase, or some database in the back end. So if you're going for like Thomas says, an open source project, that means they're going to be using free tools. So you might want to go with a back end that's like MongoDB or Cosmos DB, Supabase. I think you can have free versions of that. SQL Express. SQL Express isn't used too commonly though. That's more like for development purposes. But in the middle tier, I don't know if Python is open source or apt. If you can, probably doesn't matter. If you can get the code, you could probably just compile it and run it. But if you can have a Python IDE, if you want to go totally without any of those, you could actually just start programming like Next.js. Oh, oops! I thought you were talking to OHASPA? No, it's not open source yet. And it is in GitHub, but it's not public yet because I haven't made it into a public app. And that's mostly because I don't want to be bouncing off other people trying to write my code. Plus, I'm trying to learn it. But it is not yet open source, no. I don't know what I'm going to do as far as open source goes. Creating a game that's open source is fine, but then I can't really use it for anything. If I want it to replace my day job, I gotta actually keep some of it locked down. I don't mind if people look at, use, iterate little samples and examples, but I don't know that I could totally hand over all the code. It's kind of risky. I can make it public just so people can review it and look at it. And I might do that at times, some of the front end stuff, because I want to write it to work on a mobile app, which means I have to probably use something else. I might not use React. I don't know Java at all. I know no Java. I know JavaScript, but I hear they're not really the same. So I got to start learning. I have been streaming nearly every day, and I don't always stream programming, by the way. I do stream games. I stream stuff that I'm playing, usually on the weekends or at night if I'm feeling like doing something fun. But I have been streaming a lot with my gaming or my programming lately because I got caught up in this app, and I'm going to try to develop an actual real life American football simulation game. So if I want to put this on mobile, I'm going to probably have to use Java, and that means I got to learn Java, which will be fun. Hopefully it's not any more complex than anything else I could possibly write in. But I got the next step after getting this fixed, getting this dang repeating play problem fixed. See, I'm worried about doing what Claude is telling me here, because Claude he basically took out my delay, and he just did this game loop set timeout 1,000. Basically, he undid everything that I already did before. Documentation, dude, that would be awesome if I get to that point. It's like I'm not there yet. So, because I'll tell you, documentation is a pain in the rear. I mean, it's a time-consuming effort, right? You want to be able to give people examples and how things work and all that kind of stuff. But it's kind of a challenge. You know, the old help documentation, right? So if you want, okay, so there's, like I said, I mentioned a few games that are similar. Thanks, man. I could use all the viewers. I'm trying to reach affiliate. That's one of the reasons why I stream as much as I am. I need to get my viewership up. I need more people to watch. So hey, if you happen to just be around, you don't want to watch right now, just put me on in the background and mute the tab. Don't mute the stream, mute the tab, because apparently Twitch knows when you mute the stream. I don't know how they know that, but whatever. Just help me get my viewership up. I need to get it to 3. All I need, 3 per view, 3 per stream. So that's why I stream a little bit longer, do a little bit more. And I get distracted, so I'm sorry if you're a person who likes it. Just get to it, man. Stop talking so much. I do derail myself on occasion, so I apologize for that. All right, let's make some more progress here. I'm a little concerned about doing what Claude asks here, because what you see here is almost exactly what I had before I did this, and it wasn't working. Claude undid this stuff, said do this, and I'm like, you don't know, man. I already tried that. Right now, things work. I want to take a most direct approach. I don't want to rewrite anything. I like the way it looks. It works smoothly. It's easily readable, and I'd rather just implement a flag or something. So I'm a little apprehensive to do Claude's solution here. Now, this is Black Box AI. I don't remember. I don't even know if Black Box AI keeps track of your previous questions. Oh, yeah, that was an old question. Okay, that's not it. Let's go look at what I have here in chat. So you can see I use ChatGPT a lot. I got a lot of ChatGPT. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. That's always helpful. YouTube's going to be the hardest one, but it'd be great if I can get YouTube up. You have to have 1,000 subscribers on YouTube before you're able to make any money. 1,000, dude. I'm like 140 or 120 or something. It's like I'm so far away from 1,000 before you can make anything off of them. But I am going to start offering merch. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I'll make some t-shirts. I'm going to make them out of my AI, out of my images, like the various images I've created, like these ones here, the ones that represent me. I'm a Superman fan, and of course I had to make a bald Superman playing football for the sake of my football development. You know, just have it up there. I'm thinking take off the background and then just put it on a t-shirt. And then heck, maybe I'll even wear it. It's kind of cool. But I want to do a face swap first. Have it change the format of the face to look even more like me. There are some cool apps that do that. I'm going to try it. I don't know how well it works with GIFs though. I know it works good with live images. You'll see. Actually, if you went to my GitHub, Taxeon, Taxeon. You'd see, I think, my icon there, or even on my Discord. My Discord has there's a link to it underneath my stream. It has my image, I think it does, yeah, of my Superman that I face swapped. It's really cool. So that's one of my favorite images. I'm so easily distracted. That's all right. Let's have some fun with this. Okay, so you got to enjoy what you're doing, right? Double game loop execution. Oh yeah, that's what I was working on. All right, let's see here. What did you suggest? Now, that was way up here before I started asking him other questions. Football. If it's that, it's probably the first question I asked. Way up here. The code seems to be mostly working correctly. However, game loop is firing twice. Okay, let's see what we got here. See how I got so distracted? I went from trying to fix things firing twice to spending all day yesterday on getting the football moving up and down the field. Now I've kind of got it moving up and down the field. It's a little off in its a ratio to where the field is, but it's doing it. It's kind of close, but I got to fix it. I'm wondering, like I said, I was thinking one of the solutions might be to work from the center, because then the amount of I'm working from the left, so the further you get from there, the more exaggerated the percentages of space is going to be off. Because if you're off by, a fraction on 1 yard, at 99 you're going to be off a bunch of fractions, 99 of those fractions, and you're going to be way off. But if you start in the middle and you're off by a fraction, by the time you go 50, you're only off by that much. It's a smaller percentage, and then you just go negative for the other direction. So your failings are going to be less pronounced starting from the center. So I'm thinking of trying that instead. And instead of moving all one direction and back again, I'll just start in the middle and move left and right. I think, again, I have these thoughts in my head, but I don't always know how the layouts work in relation to what you're doing. So it's not always what you think. Like, if I move left, does it move both directions? Like, if you start in the center and everything's centered, and I say move 5 pixels this way, does everything shift because I'm staying centered, and it just kind of does this little half movement, staying in the middle? That wouldn't be good. I need it to be apt to stay fixed, the fixed point, and then when I move, it stays on point. I don't know if absolute values will force it to stay. That's all going to be playing. But it's such a minor thing, really. When you think about it, I should focus on the logic. And right now, this is the logic. This is stuff that's important. And so I just wanted to have a kind of a cool graphic look while I'm testing it. So when it runs, I go, oh, that's cool, man. Might even slow it down. But my scores are way off because I'm repeating scores. Or repeating plays. All right, so promise all. What did you do, man? I took out that line. I took out the constant new state, but so I'm trying to figure out who did I talk to that had that fixed. When I took out the constant new state, things worked better. I mean, it actually fixed for mostly. I mean, it got a lot less inefficient. And we got here, so we might still be having the wrong. Yeah, see, that's not the one. All right. I forgot who I asked. Somebody gave me an answer, and now I don't know who it was. Was it Claude? Did I ask Claude this question before? Tell me, Claude. Did what I ask? Tell me. Oh man, I was. Yeah. Oh, do you want to see how it's see what it is so far? It's a simulation game. I don't know if you were you here to see it play. Let me show you what it's got so far. So I started this. Let's say I'm on day 17, so 2.5 weeks ish. So I started off deciding I was telling Thomas that I think I told you. What I go all over the place. I don't even know who I'm talking to half the time. I started off doing a game review of free-to-play games, and I was going to go through a bunch of them, and I was going to do rankings. I am still going to do that, by the way. I've been playing so many of these mobile games, free-to-plays, just so that I can have an intelligent response to a bunch of these games, and which ones are worth your time. You know, like if you put a bunch of time in this, what problems are you going to run into? What are the paywall problems? What are the game problems? What's going to happen if you get to the top or you get to a point? Are you going to be able to keep playing it? Is there anything left to do? So I said, I'm going to start with football games. I love football. Let's see if there's any good football games out there in the world. So I downloaded like all the top-rated football games, including EA's or Madden, NFL, 2K Playmakers, and Football Goat. Now, when I say football, by the way, this is American football. I don't know if you're in the U.S. This is American football. And then I did football head coach 25. A couple of other ones that I thought were terrible, and I played them for 2 minutes and got rid of them because like, okay, it was 4.0 ranked. I was like, okay, it's got to be good, right? No, not that. No. One of them I remember spending a bunch of time just clicking while it threw stuff up on my screen. I'm like, what the heck is this? What's it doing? Just waiting for this car to move up and down the field. It's like, well, I don't know. Like I was playing a slot machine. It was weird. But anyway, all of them were bad. All of them were bad. None of them did what I wanted them to do. I'm like, what is so hard about making a good football sim? I'm talking about a coaching profile perspective, general management, roster management, play calling, that kind of thing. I'm not talking about graphics, the cool football guys running all over the field. Right. Which is soccer. Sorry, man. Look, you guys have another name. We don't have another name. There's football and there's soccer, but you can use soccer. American football has football and American football. It's still football. It's like we don't have another option. So it's like, use soccer. That's what I tell people. I know. It's like I don't even know what came first, soccer or American football. Probably soccer, right? I think soccer came first. They've been around. Both of them been around for a while, but I don't know when did they start. Either way, soccer's got a much wider following, right? It's all over the world. American football is down. They're trying to spread out, but not yet. It's closer to rugby than I think it is to soccer, and but actually, rugby's got like another sport. I mean, there's another sport besides rugby that's even closer to football, American football. I forgot what it's called, but anyway. So yeah, this is American football. But I thought all the games I saw so far on mobile apps were terrible because they all had problems that were just like, there's no game here. Once the game, you're really just upgrading cards and letting them randomly sim against. And then the coaching interfaces were so small and limited. It's like, what are you going to do with this? You can't control anything. There's like 3 play options or coaching profile options. And it's like, you might get more plays eventually, but it's still going to be pretty just random crap. And I was like, and then you're going to still hit these caps where nothing you do matters. See, I don't know enough about soccer to know if it's good. Now, I'm not talking about graphics. Again, I was talking to Thomas about this. Madden NFL football, the graphics are spectacular. Yes, they could be probably, people could want better, but it's amazing, right? Soccer's got some great graphics games too. I'm not knocking. Graphics are awesome out there in the world. How good the rest of the game is, I don't know. And I don't know enough about soccer to say, no, this is pretty good. It's got everything I would want, but I don't know anything about it. So I couldn't like play the game and go, yeah, this is good, because I know nothing about it. There was a guy came on my stream the other day, and we were talking about that. You know, he was saying, hey, do you know anything about soccer? I said, I could name like 2 guys. I could David Beckham and Pele. Those are the only guys I could come up with. And he goes, Pele? It's like, what? He's like 1970s or something like that. David Beckham's pretty recent, but he goes, "You got to watch this," and he sent me a title to a YouTube video. Ronaldinho, greatest entertainment, and he says, "Check this out. You got to see this." I said, "All right. After my stream, I'll check it out." So I went and watched this thing. Gotta say, the dude is phenomenal. I know nothing about soccer, but the dude is phenomenal. I can't put into words how impressed I was by how good this guy was. If I was to compare him to somebody in American football, I would compare him to Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders is a running back that played for the Detroit Lions, and he retired, I want to say late 90s. But in watching the statistics for those guys, see, yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, that kind of stuff. That is what I want a good football game. But I want to be able to do not only that, but I want to be able to do coaching profiles. I want to be able to manage the players, train them. Do I want to get into facilities and that kind of stuff? I don't know. Maybe that's future functionality. But my first iteration will probably just be the game itself. Yeah, I want to be able to do that kind of stuff. I want to be able to get in there, and I want to allow people to have pretty decent control over their coaching profile, and then they could play against other people, and probably in an auto game. But I also auto play simulations, where like if you're in a league with somebody, their team would play your team. But I don't want to. I want to have the players be balanced across the board. So I'm using real life, true to life stats. So you won't be able to do major tweaks to your team, right? And what I'm probably thinking is there might be minor statistical changes that can happen to players, because if you're playing like a career mode, I want to be able to allow career mode. And career mode, to be realistic, players got to improve and digress, right? What I'm thinking is maybe each season you could draft the next season's players into your league. And you can actually choose to bring in players and replace guys, or you can draft them in as additions to your team. But like you couldn't like draft in a player that already exists. So either they would replace, and you have to have a choice. You can either train up your guys or replace the guys. But once everybody's chosen what they're going to do with guys, it's got to fit in your salary cap, because everybody's going to be all the players. Now, the way I do it, the way my game is going to be completely different, I'm sure, than everybody, because my salaries are going to be based on the statistics of the player. So it doesn't matter how good they are. Let's say, for example, we'll use a soccer example. This is not soccer, but let's say Ronaldinho, right? 2020, he's got the greatest stats in the history of soccer. 2021, he slips. He kind of has mediocre. His stats are good, but he's not like super. Those two seasons, even though 2021 is later and he's probably getting paid more in real life because he had such a great season in 2020. I'm making this up, so don't listen. I mean, it's not comparable. He would actually have a lower value in 2021 because his salary is based on his actual stats. So your salary cap would have more room because you'd get a lesser player. Chats with players. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not going to be able to offer that. It's like I don't even know how I would begin that. One of the problems with my football game, and this is one of the problems with everybody who wants to create football sims, is the NFL license is exclusively owned by EA. So all my players are going to have anagramized names. I don't think that's a real word, but it's basically their entire name made into a different name. Same with the teams. And I'm even thinking there may not even be pictures of players. They're going to be the teams, and the logos are going to be anagramized. I made this word up and I can't even pronounce it. Basically, they're anagrams of the actual team and city. So I pull out logos. At the beginning of this stream, no, it might have been the previous stream, I actually talked about, or maybe it wasn't even the beginning, but it was during that stream. I talked about some of the example names that I've come up with for all of my teams. And then I'm going to actually have the players look like their logos. So if they're raptors or lions, the characters will all kind of look like that. It's going to be a fantasy looking game, but the game is going to be playing exactly like the NFL. It just allows me to put something in that has kind of a cool appearance, and it's just images. It's not even, they're not going to be mobile. There's not going to be people running around, but it'd be like player cards, except I'll use logo-faced characters, basically. And so when there are lions, the guys will be a bunch of lions. They'll all be humanoid for the most part. They're going to have legs and arms and stuff, but they're all going to have a general look that fits their logo appearance. And I'm even going to try to match their number to the real players. So like Peyton Manning, it would be whatever number. I don't even remember. What the heck number what number did Peyton Manning wear when he was playing for the Broncos? I can't even remember. Oh, how sad, huh? Win the Super Bowl and I can't even remember what number he wore. In fact, I have a jersey. I think I have a Peyton Manning jersey. I still don't remember what number it is. That's really sad. But anyway, it was 7, except the Broncos, I forgot what their anagramized name is. I want to say they're the V-Born Scorned, but I don't know. No, it can't be V because Denver. It could be V-Born Scorned. I have no idea what that logo is going to look like, but he would look like one of those. And I might even have skin complexions, darker or lighter, to kind of match the player. But again, they're not going to look anything like those players because they're going to look like animals or whatever their logo is. And I'm poor. I have no job. So all of my images are going to come from AI. So all you AI haters out there, don't use AI art. Unless you're going to pay for me to hire artists to make these images, don't talk. So sorry, unless you're going to cover my costs. Image creators, real life, truly skilled image creators, are not cheap. They are not cheap. I have priced them. I have a couple games I developed that I couldn't get done because I can't afford to pay for images. They're like hundreds of dollars per image. And when you need 40, 50, 60, 70 images, and in this case, maybe even a couple hundred, I'm like, no, I'm not paying that. It's AI, man. AI all the way. So first iterations will probably be more. If the game sells and I start making some money, I can start upgrading those graphics, get better graphics, start paying for artists to actually make my graphics and make my cards look cool. Because I am not a graphics guy at all. I mean, I am logic based, not artistic based. I can make things look functional and kind of cool and perform well, but they don't look graphically appealing. So I didn't even show you my game. I was going to launch it, and then I didn't. Hopefully I didn't break anything. I don't think I did anything yet. I've been distracted. It's not. Don't ever feel bad about distracting me because that's what I do. That's what streaming's all about, right? Okay, so this is my simulator in its current state. I have the football going up and down the field. I have it showing you who's doing what and the scores and the play that happened. That's where I'm at now. This is 2 weeks of development to get it where it is. This is a couple of rewrites. I had to rewrite a couple things to make it work as good as it is. I had an image of how the encapsulation was going to work, and I overcomplicated it. I decided that's not going to work. Rewrote, restructured, decided to simplify. So now all of my logic right now is mostly held within the play execution. That's this thing that's creating this line here. And then I have the front piece of logic, which is taking that information and putting it up on the screen and adding it and manipulating the scores and the headers and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, I'm kind of trying to tweak that. Now I just put the football in on the bottom to have it moving up and down the field. It's not accurate yet. It's close-ish, but it's off by a few degrees, which means the further away you get from the starting point, the more off it is. So sometimes it even goes off the field, which is, I mean, like off the greenery, which is not good. But at least now you can kind of see what's going on with the ball and where is it bouncing around, which is kind of cool. And it's kind of fun to look at and watch. The scores are getting a little broken because certain things are repeating and not running correctly. And I need to fix that. So you can see a lot of these things. If I were to pause this right here, if I go down here, you can see all these plays are doubling up. That's the problem I'm trying to fix. It's just going through and creating double outputs. And these aren't really always even being recorded. See, until you see this line, there's no recording of the information. So when this says yards on play 2, it only took this play. This play never happened as far as it's concerned. Just didn't occur because it didn't stop and wait for that play to come in. And then this one came in before it could. And so it updated again. So it's a bug. I got to get rid of that. Oh, thanks, man. I'm hoping it gets, unfortunately, now that I start going into the back end and start really getting into the underlying engine, this probably isn't going to change much. The visual part of it's not going to change a ton. The accuracy, maybe I can get some more outputs a little bit prettier. But ultimately, all we're going to do is get better and better simulation results. But we're not going to get, it's not going to be immediately obvious as to what's happening on the front end. But as I add in, so I'll probably go back and forth as I create back end parts. I got to create the database and create an API to provide. And as far as my time of stream goes, I'm so into this. I'm on a lot, but I'm not real consistent. Right now, probably I rarely will be streaming the programming on Saturdays. That's going to be pretty rare. Friday, I try to do it in the mornings and in the afternoons for a couple hours if I can. So typically I'll start between 9 and 9:30 if I can. And then I'll stream for a couple of hours, 2-3 hours, sometimes more, but it's at least a couple of hours in that range. And then I try to get some other things done if I can, or if I'm so hooked, I'll keep going. Or I have to stop and go do DoorDash. I hate DoorDashing, but it's just I got to try to contribute some money to the household as much as I can. I make so little money in comparison to what the minimum wage is around here. It's like, I just wish my stream made money. If my stream made a little bit, it's enough to offset. It's probably enough to offset DoorDash, and then I could just focus. But then the afternoons, if I'm not in the middle of something else, I'll start streaming again, usually between, I want to say around 2-ish on a consistent basis. Between 1:30 and 2:30 I'll start, and then I stream until 5 or 6. It's erratic. I have to apologize for that. I am erratic. I need to be better. I think once I get to that point where I am actually getting a consistent viewership and my streams are actually doing something, I'll probably start being more consistent because it'll become more of a focus point where I need to do that. Right now, it's like I'm juggling a bunch of stuff, trying to look for jobs and DoorDash and household chores, just doing things to keep busy. And but ultimately, hey, what do you think of this idea? I was trying to debate, okay, if this game has any legs, if people are actually interested in seeing this game become something that they can have in their hand and do you think running like an Indiegogo campaign would work? I'm just thinking, Indiegogo is like it's like Kickstarter, except you get the money whether you hit your goal or not, right? And that money would just be used to allow me to keep working on this. if it pays for the month, I'd be happy. Like do a different Indiegogo each month. I don't know, because I don't think I'll ever make. It'll never be a lot of money, right? If it's, I mean, maybe if it grows enough, but ultimately it would just be, hey, I want to work on this for a month. I need to make X dollars to cover my expenses so that I can continue to work on it. And this way I can at least kind of keep moving and not be so worried about my financial situation at home. Do you think people would be interested in that? I'm not saying you specifically, but on the general, we are the world, hey, I want to see this game come to life. I want to help you do this kind of scenario. Do you think that would be a thing? I don't know. I'm thinking about it. And then I stream so people could see my progress, right? I wouldn't stream every little bit. You got to have some proprietary stuff, but enough that they can see that things are happening and progress is being made, and you can see the coding. I don't know. It's just a thought. I'm just trying to think how I can turn this into something that allows me to continue to work on a cool thing for everybody. Everybody who likes American football. Sorry, soccer people. I have, by the way, another plan for another game, an AFK game. I don't know if you know what an AFK game is. I want to start building that next. Problem is with that is that too is going to be a game. That game has to have graphics, right? Because my goal is that it can run and do this game thing that you can fully control and manage, but it's got to have the look. So I don't know how that's going to work. That's why it's on the back burner, because I want to write all the engine to do it. Because I think a lot of these AFK games, they don't understand what an AFK game is. They don't understand the true purpose of an AFK. I looked at probably 10 or 12 of them so far, and I was like, none of these are true AFK games. They don't understand the concept. They're more about the money. Make money, run this thing. They're regular games that get so hard that you can't constantly do them, so they have to be AFK. I want them to be AFK games that always have something for you to do. Don't know what is. Oh, Indiegogo? It's like Kickstarter. I don't know if you know what Kickstarter is. It's like Kickstarter, except your goal is like what you would like to get, but you still get the money. It's kind of like a chance for people to contribute to your project. That's really all it is. I just don't know if they would contribute to a nobody. You know, it's one thing to contribute to, I don't know, a major game companies. You know, EA put something out there. Hey, we're trying to develop this thing. Do you want to help? And they'd get bajillions of dollars from people want to throw money at them, so they build this thing. You know, but little nobody people, I don't know. I mean, I am literally nobody. Like, I don't even have marketing to do. I mean, there's some people who spend more money on their marketing and they get very pretty campaigns set up, but that's not me. It would take me, I'd be spending 6 months just to build up the marketing campaign of something I need now. So, but yeah, it's basically Kickstarter for guaranteed money, but you might only get $20. What good's that going to do you, right? I don't know. Anyway, that's just a thought. Anyhow, so on to my task. I don't know if I like Claude's solution, because I feel like this is exactly where I was before, and all Claude did was undo it. Send me back to my it added more logs. It took out my current functionality. I feel like I need a flag. I don't like it. Sorry, Claude. You're not impressing me with your answer. And I can't be I don't want to go backwards. I'm literally all he did was rewrite it so it's exactly what it was before. And I don't even know how he knew what that's how I wrote it. Exactly like you see here. I did that. And then I was having these same problems. Things weren't running correctly. And weren't running at all. I mean, they weren't even close. And I did some other stuff, and it had me put in the promise and stuff, and then things started working. So I'm hesitant to go that direction. I think this is the one that had me put in the promise as is, but I'm gonna try this again. Okay. still having issues with this code. Everything seems to work fine in general, but the game loop code seems to run 2 to 3 times before game state actually updates. Thus, only the last call ever renders. Sometimes resulting in duplication of play calls. And anyway, I tell people, look, all I want are follows and subscribes at the most, you know, at the least. You know, if somebody's able to do that and they like what they're doing, I'm okay with follows and subscribes. It helps me move forward. It helps me make some kind of progress, and that's the key. And I know my stream is, man, it's getting really dark, and I know my stream is pretty basic, so I get it. There's some people who make some pretty fancy streams, and they put a lot of time and effort. I have a hard time with the whole with putting my putting a lot of time into the stream when I want to do more with the content. I like the content. Spending time on the stream, you know, it's like this is why I don't have a lot of my stuff. What do you call it? Compressed, consolidated. I want to take some of my streams and consolidate them into simpler, like this. If I was to do like a 3-week consolidation of all of these streams for this game, I would show everything I did from the beginning to where I'm at now in 3 weeks, and kind of show the basics of what I did, and just consolidate them into a single video and put that up as a little bit nicer, cleaned up stream. Take all my chitty chatty out of there. I bet you if I've only got like 4 hours, nah, it's probably more than that. In that 3 weeks, I probably got maybe 16 hours of actual work. No, it's more than that. Maybe it's 40 hours of actual work. I don't know, but it's still, it's not as much as the number of days. All right, what do we got? Oh, this is way down here. Debounce game loop execution. Debounce? This is my code. This is how would you implement changes? All right, let's see. Refactor game loop for clarity. Oh, you and your refactoring. I hate when they refactor stuff because they always break stuff. Handle play. What the heck, handle play? Why do they have to change the name? I don't understand that. Why do you have to change the name? It's like, for clarity. What's not clear? It's like not even that complex of a component. So they're taking this piece out, and then, all right, what the heck are you doing, buddy? Handle play. So this is, He's turning this into a constant. If blah, 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 or no, this into a constant. Play call, current play, state, current game state. I don't know why that's... So it's taking all this and putting it into a constant handle play, which I don't know. It's like making a function out of this piece. I guess that's okay. So it's basically creating a bunch of functions. Update scores. Okay, constant point score play info. It's doing it's breaking out all my pieces into constants. So when it goes down here and does the scores. No, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what AI will do. It doesn't understand what I'm doing here. I've seen this before where it says, take the max of 0 and point scored. That's not how it works. I'm purposefully taking abs. Abs is because it's a negative value, and I need to flip the negative value to positive when it's negative. This is not going to work. And because you don't always give the same team the value. So if it's great, yeah, this is not going to work. I guarantee you this would break. Because all right, so it says team score. Is team 1? It's not even a string. They're creating this into a, all right, so that's fine. They put it into a Boolean value. So we got this point scored, constant point scored equals play info. So basically, it took my play info object and turned it into a play info object that's just got a different name. Why? I guess so I don't have to say play info point scored. They turned it in just a single variable. Why? I don't know. I mean, I guess is it simpler? I guess. Play info point scored is play info point scored. I mean, whatever. So it does take some of this. I mean, really, I have this down. It just doesn't understand how my points are scored. What kind of values are coming back? It's not simply a 0 or max scenario. Because sometimes team one gets the negative score when it's team 2, and the positive score when it's team 1. This doesn't even consider that. It just says if it's team score max of points scored. So how would this even work? So if it's team 1 and you're taking the max of points scored, so that's like basically we would never get our negative score. The team 1 would never get the negative score, which has to be flipped to positive and added to the score. So this basically throws my negative scores out. That's what's happening. It doesn't understand what's going on. See, this is why you can't take code for, or AI's code for as though it knows what it's doing. Sometimes it gets it right, but you got to be very careful. When it says I'm going to rewrite your code for clarity, be very careful. Be very, very careful. It doesn't matter. It's not doing anything that actually affects the change I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find the change that's going to fix my repetition. So let's see what this game state thing there. All right, function. They're doing a reducer function. Reduce or simplify state transitions, specifically when state updates are tightly coupled, like current play and game state. So constant initial state, blah. So they create those as a thing. A reducer takes state action switch action.type case update play return. Oh my gosh. So we're taking the state function. Is reducer is the name of the function with variables. I'm not exactly sure why. Update game state, update play. I don't exactly know how that's a thing. Is reducer an actual it's a function with the name reducer. Is that, oh, okay, so we do have use reducer down here, but use reducer, is that all right. Let's get a better description of what that is. I've never heard of a reducer before. What is a React? All right. What is Next.js use reducer? I'm sure it didn't make that up, right? Oh, reducer. React is used for state management. It provides an alternative to the use state hook and is used when the state of component is complex and requires more than one state variable. The use reducer hook allows you to manage complex state logic by defining a reducer function that specifies how the state should be updated. Huh. How to use context, use reducer and local storage. Calling how to use reducer. It's an alternative to use state. It accepts a reducer function and a second argument, initial state. It returns the current state paired with a dispatch function. To get a basic grasp of this hook, you'll utilize a simple counter component example before moving on to a more practical use case. Reduce how it's all connected. When the increment button is clicked, the onClick event handler is triggered, which then clicks the dispatch method. The action object and current state value are then passed to the reducer. The reducer function performs a state update according to the action object returning the new state. See, what I'm afraid of is it looks like a second step. It looks like a step that says, Alexa, turn on desk lamp. It looks like a step that's saying, okay, we have our use state and we have our reducer. So now we're going through a reducer that goes through a use state. It looks like it's doing both. Unless I misread it. Maybe it doesn't have use state at all anymore. Well, maybe it is doing two things. Game state, current play. So then we go use state, and then we have reducer. I am confused how this works. It's like, I don't know what he's doing. I can create this, and then we have reducer, and then we have this constant state. State is what I'm looking at, dispatch equals. So then what? If I want to use these values, so the action is update play or update game status. And so I pass in the item I want to work with. And state is this object. So I would have, they must be declared as states then. Use state. Oh, game state and current play. So I probably pass game state and current play in and then say update play or update game status. Leverage a timer instead of recursion. Use set interval for continuous updates rather than chaining set timeout. This improves readability and allows easier control of the loop. You know, what's funny is I had set interval also. This was already in my code, set interval. And another thing, a previous attempt to fix this told me, hey, use this instead. So it undid it. I'm like, refactor. Why do they need to change this? My time is fine. I'm not having problems with time. Why is it changing my time? Constant calc time, total seconds. What is wrong with my time calculator? and integrate directly with state updates. How's that integrating directly with state updates? I don't even know what it's replacing there. It just says constant calc time, minutes floor, total seconds. Where are... I don't have total seconds as a thing. So I have none of the variables it's mentioning. It just says... Oh, I have a function that's doing some of this stuff. Calc quarter time remaining. Do I even use it though? Where is calc quarter time remaining? Is it refactoring a thing I don't even use? Yeah, it's changing this, and I'm not even using it. I don't even think I have this anywhere. It's refactoring this function I have that I'm not using. It's like, that has nothing to do with the problem either. Time remaining. And this doesn't even... This doesn't even do what it's supposed to do. It's not even... What the heck? Time remaining is the number of seconds, and then playtime. So it's saying add your seconds in beforehand because I'm not going to do it here. And then it says, oh, we can just change this. But that's not... And they even changed the name. Oh, come on, dude. Stop changing the name of my stuff. So it says, oh, we're going to make this more clear. We're going to say calc time. It's going to be total seconds. And then we're just going to divide up the seconds. Minutes and seconds. So this is kind of what I'm doing, right? So, but the thing is, I don't need this. So I should take these total seconds. And... yeah, this is the better way to do this, but that's not... I mean, yeah, I can... But I don't know why it rewrote the... Yeah, all right, well, I mean, I don't even know if I'm going to keep this function. I don't know if I can use this, but that's... Why does it change my time, though? It's so irritating. Let's go like this. Time remain. I don't even think I'm not using this. In fact, I'm pretty sure I should probably just get rid of this because I don't even think my time remaining is just seconds now. It's no longer broken up into an actual clock time. So this is actually just bogus. Just get rid of it. There, I fixed that. It doesn't work. It doesn't exist. I don't need it anymore. Problem solved. That was one of the things I had working earlier. I was trying to work with my entire game. Working with minutes and seconds, and I thought, well, that's dumb. Why don't I just work with seconds, and then I'll just translate it when I need it. Use CSS modules more effectively. See, it's like talking about CSS. What the heck? It's trying to fix things that aren't even the problem. Can we stay on task, please? What is... No. Add unit tests. That is not... Why does it call this critical? Did it not see that it's not even called anywhere? Oh, my gosh. Dude, wow. That is so not helpful. This whole bit was almost not helpful. The only thing it did was maybe this might be useful. It doesn't even give me an end result, so I don't even know where I'm supposed to apply some of this stuff. AI, I tell you. Talk about hit or miss. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it just flies overhead and hits the wrong country. You aim for the U.S. and hit Guam. I don't know. It's like, I guess Guam is technically part of the U.S., ain't it? I don't know. Boy, I don't even know what to do with that. It's like, I don't know what's useful in there. This is probably the only thing that maybe, actually not that, this. Can you please show me what I need to do to fix the problem without all the rewriting of the code? It's just like, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Sometimes AI just thinks it's smarter than you, and really, it's just not. Okay, let's see what we can focus on. All right, you're using useRef to manage state consistency across asynchronous updates. This approach is correct, but in some places, the state might not be reflected due to stale closure or improper updates. Fix. Use the previous argument and set state updates whenever you're relying on the previous state. For example, in your game state update, aren't I doing that? Okay, let's see how this is different. Previous, kickoff required. Quarter time. Minutes, math floor. It's exactly the same there. Time with possession, yes. Team 1 total score and Team 2 total score. Previous, Team 1, Team 2, adds what? How is that different? That's exactly, that code is exactly the same. How is that even a thing? I don't know what it changed. Set game state. How is the code in step 1 different from what I already had? Because I'm curious, what'd you do? The original code, you were likely directly setting values in set game state without explicitly using the previous. I am too using. What is it looking at? Did it not? What? No, it was not. It's not. I don't know what it's talking about, but it's delusional. Check again. My code is using the same, is using previous, just as yours is. I don't see any difference. I'm arguing with AI. Come on, stupid AI. You don't know what you're talking about, man. Did you even bother to read my code before you started being all smarty pants? I'm gonna go back up here and look what the rest of this fix is, because that wasn't it. The game loop function is called inside a use effect without any dependency array, which can lead to unexpected behaviors. Wrap game loop in a use callback to avoid recreating the function on every render. Well, it's not going to be on every render because it only happens once. I have an empty dependency, so why would it call on every render? It only happens on load. Game loop equals use callback without any dependency array, which can lead to unexpected behavior. Wrap game loop and use call to avoid recreating the function on every render. This ensures game loop is only initialized once and prevents unintended re-executions. I don't think my problem is that. So they're taking the game loop out. And how does game loop taking the game loop out of the use effect? And then game loop has no dependency array. So it's basically just going to call it. The term callback is confusing to me because it's like it's going to be what? It's calling back what? It's calling back the game loop. And how does it know that it's like use effect requires game loop to change. So what's going to change game loop? I don't know. That feels weird too. I don't know. Let's see what else we got. What's the next thing you got? Prevent set timeout overlaps in game loop. Okay. The set timeout in the game loop may cause multiple overlapping calls, especially if state updates are delayed. See, this is kind of what I'm thinking is the problem. Clear the timeout explicitly before setting a new one. And quarter times are not my problem. Yeah, that's the one I got rid of. Number 4 is, all right, so number 3 looks like it might be the actual solution I'm looking for. Maybe, or it's the actual usable piece of information there. The whole taking stuff out of taking this out, I don't think that's going to do anything. That don't make any sense. All right, so I got use effect. Clear the timeout explicitly before setting a new one. So we got that game loop, my game logic. So it's telling me to do this. And then after my game loop, clear the timeout explicitly before setting a new one. So game loop, but I guess I'd have to see. I guess I'd have to see this triggering. Because if it's just calling game loop, when is the clear time is supposed to be before setting a new one? I don't know. Let's I guess the only thing I see here that's a thing is this. Because I've already got this timeout ID. Well, no, I guess I don't. I'm not actually capturing a timeout ID. So it's taking this. All right, let's try it. I mean, I don't know. This seems like a small thing to try. Timeout ID. And then go to the bottom. And we'll say return equals clear timeout ID. Curious how often this fires. really all we have. Oh yeah, I got to take this timeout ID. I don't know how that prevents overlaps, but okay. Add a debug log for last play safety and ensure it resets correctly after the relevant play. Again, I don't know why this is relevant to anything. I rarely even get safeties. If needed, explicitly reset it before processing new plays. Validate state update timing. If promise all for set current play and set current state introduces delays, try splitting them to ensure sequential updates. Well, one doesn't rely on the other, so I don't know why that one is. If promise all for set current play and set game state introduce delays. So it just basically turns them into a semicolon instead of a comma. Verify correct dependency in play logic. Add logs in those function calls to verify inputs and outputs. Gotta say, dude. Make sure set game state. To ensure that every time game state is updated, he'll set the changes reflected. If it doesn't, there was one of these examples I saw that actually showed me how to implement a flag and where to put the flag parts. This is not it. Basically, you know, like when you're waiting for the update, don't do anything until the update takes effect. So it's kind of like what I should say is something like progress. You know what? I'm going to try something. I'm going to try to set my own little flag of... Problem is, use a flag. How do you set the flag? How do you set the flag? Because if it's inside of here, it's going to have the same problem. You have to set it the game state. So where do you trigger? Where does one trigger the game state? If I want to set a flag, how do I do it? Because if I go in here and say, hey, I need you to update a use state, which obviously doesn't work because that's not updating, how do I trigger a flag? Like I can set a flag, but I got to be able to set it in a variable of some kind. So like if we're outside of... So we could say state set true. I don't know, man. That's the problem. It's like everything you do inside the use effect that's going to have any effect on the outside parts, you have to use a use effect for. It's like you need to get out, but the only way you can set a variable outside of this thing is to set a use effect, which we already know doesn't, or a use state, and it doesn't work. So how am I going to set a state that can be read? I don't know how to check a flag. All right, let's see what happens. Let's run this. I want to see if I go out here, I might have a chance to grab something. Let's see what happens. That's my only hope is if I go out of here. I got to leave this function to allow for updates to happen. If I don't leave this function in a way that brings it back around, I have no way to actually recall or set a variable. So we're going to see what happens. I don't know how game loop is getting called again. I feel like all this is doing is at a timeout game loop runs again. It never actually leaves this function. I don't think it actually exits, but we're going to find out. Let's see what is actually happening here. Oh, gotta close this. Oh, nope. Nope, stop. No. I'm opening it again. Boomy. No, let's just go away. Let's try that again. And when you do a half build like that, where it gives you the EPROM error, it's like it's in a broken state. You couldn't run it if, I mean, I can't run it anyway. I don't know. It ends up in a broken state. Half built. All right, so we got that built. We will walk through and see what's happening with my code. Let's see if it's hitting this return at all. Really what I got to do is get it to a point where it can have a chance to update. And I want to be able to block. I want to be able to block any future calls to game loop. So it's almost like I need a function that calls game loop. Midnight. I guess it would be later for you. Yeah, that's 8 hours. You're 8 hours off from us, man. Get some sleep, man. Have a good day. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi and you know, giving me somebody to talk to. You have a good one. Oh, that did go through there. It hit that spot. So I wonder if, well, let's just see what this does. So we got one call. We're still double plays. Double play, double play, double play, double play. And look, we're not hitting we're not hitting the end of game loop anymore. It's not going out. There is no, so that timeout is calling the game loop again, which doesn't help me at all. It just says set timeout at 1,000, run it again, run it again, run it again. And we're not actually able to leave. I'm not getting any change of updates here. I need to find a place where I can somehow stop these repeats. I'm not sure how to do it. Let me check to see if I missed something first. Maybe I give Black Box AI a try. Let something else give me an answer. Because ChatGPT doesn't seem to know what it doesn't have a solution that works. Timeout ID, set timeout, game loop one thing, timeout ID. So it is clearing the ID, but that doesn't do anything. It only works when game loop calls, but when it calls it again here, has no effect. It will clean it up at the end of the whole thing, I imagine, but when I run this, it immediately goes here. There's no... In fact, I'm not even sure what that's doing. Again, there's so many weird logics about timings. And really, I need it to... I got to get some of these. I got to get some state to run. I got to figure out where and what and when a state update can occur. But the question is, where? Where is a state firing? It's consistently. There isn't one. I just can't think of any place where a state consistently fires before all the code runs. Because everything has a delay and something stops it, and I need to block all. I need to block it until the state updates. I wonder if I could do something like, this is probably going to be weird, but all right, let's say I put I don't know if it's going to work. What if I do we're going to try this. So these are constants. And then these are inside. So I can reference a constant, but I can't change a constant. What if these are being used? Why can't I use a constant? Like, because they're changing it in the loop. What would happen? What would happen? I'm going to try something. I don't know. Probably not going to work, but we're going to find out. Constant. Game. Let's just go with game state. Game state set equals true. And then we're going to do, and I don't think this is going to work because that would be weird. It's probably going to complain, but it is changing them here. Like, it's able to use the ref here. Why can't I do that here? And then I'm going to go here. I'm just going to say constant false. And we're going to say if game state set how do I do a wait? I want to do a wait. All right, we're gonna do this. Is bad news. Probably this is probably highly unrecommended. While Um, I want to do a wait while game state and, well, not game state. How can I implement a wait until a value changes? Wait for value change. Get value. Timeout equals this function get value is a callback to check whether the value has changed. Timeout is the maximum time to wait before rejecting. Constant interval equals 100. Constant start time equals, man, that's a lot of. Check value. Resolve. Else if. Date now. Reject. Call the wait function. This sound the use effect triggers when game state.quartertime.minutes updates. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if it's greater than 0, quarter time minutes has changed. Is wait for change an actual function? Oh no, that's constant await for change equals async blah. So then what? We say, oh, wait for change. Huh. So basically it's just this, because that's just a method calling for this method. So the code is me calling this, which is just that. I don't want to custom, man, some of these are some long-winded things, man. So this one looks like the simplest one. So can I nest a promise? Can you promise in a promise? It's actually not nesting a promise. It's a promise followed by then do this. It's supposed to be after it goes, but hopefully, I mean, in theory, that calls, you know what? Let's make sure we're actually hitting this on every call. Because if I'm not hitting this on every call, then it doesn't matter. I'm doing all this stuff, and it may not even matter. If I'm not hitting this every time I go through, even on the duplicate lines, it should always trigger. If it's not hitting every time, then it's not even going to help me. And the problem becomes, how do I stop this freaking thing from running? Because I can't, what I can't do is just have the game loop not fire if that's set, because that might be the only chance I get. To may not get another chance. Before I call it again, I need it to go, oh, you haven't called. You can't call the game loop again before that value changes. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to make sure that the value is set to the correct thing. And if I'm not getting that, oh, it's getting dark again, man. I gotta fix my picture again. I just get darker and darker as the day goes down. Now I think I could probably go to normal camera mode. Yeah. 3 times a day, man. Once in the bright, once in the end. Recursion. Yeah, recursion can be fun. Reignited hatred for recursion, huh? Yeah, that's kind of my problem. It's recursion. My problem is recursion with asynchronicity. I'm trying to recall my same method. Okay, so when I first did this, I did a while loop, and it was going through it, and it would never update the state. You could not update the state. You would set the state to update, but it would go through the loop anyway, and it would never update the state, so your values would never change. So I tried everything. I knew that the ultimate goal was, in order for the state, the asynchronicity of React to fire the various use effects and the update states, you had to leave the function, because if the function that was processing it didn't exit, it wouldn't give up control long enough to update the state. So I had to figure out how to call my loop again, recursively call it, just call it over and over and over again, but allow enough time for it to still update those states. But now it was at least updating the states. But the asynchronicity would allow it to go, oh, well, I'll call for the updates and I'll just run again, just in case, it's done. But if it's not done, I'll run anyway. So I would get all these double and triple calls without the state ever updating. But then the state would eventually update, taking whatever value it got last, and then it would run again. So I was getting blah, 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 blah. I was repeating and repeating, and I was like, no. And that's what I'm trying to fix. So yeah, I get it. So throw recursiveness in there with asynchronicity, and your life will get even more complex. There is value in asynchronous calls. Obviously, you can run multiple things together. You can get stuff going. But the problem is when you want synchronous calls, but it only provides asynchronous calls, and then you have to start doing things like traps and waits and flags to try to wait for those changes, because you're waiting for this asynchronous action to happen that may or may not happen by the time you're ready to run again. It's just... I'm thinking the asynchronicity of some of this stuff might be kind of... Okay, so we got a timeout. Now my goal is to see if I can keep running or it'll stop at every play. It should stop at every single play. If it doesn't, then it's not going to do me any good. Interesting. When I stop here, it never repeats. It's like I'm pausing it long enough to process. It's almost like this then part. So it does stop here every time. I'm never skipping this. That's encouraging. I'm trying to see if going faster. I'm hitting hitting the F5 as fast as I can, but I gotta let it process. Okay, so we're not getting any skipped or any replicated calls. That's awesome. That's awesome. My football's off the field. Every time I kick a field goal, the football goes off the field. That must be the 0. Oh, I think that's probably the 0. That's actually helpful, because if that's 0 or 100, that tells me where the football is at its max. It also tells me that my reduction in distance is too small. I gotta reduce that a lot. I'm gonna have to significantly decrease my my stuff. Okay, let's see here. So if this works, I wonder if my game state is changing. Game state set. So if I want this to do something, okay, so we want to do then I wonder, get value, wait for change. Is a callback to check whether the value has changed. Timeout is the maximum time. I am going to, let's do this. Check for value. I just need it to be true or false. I just need it to be the opposite. Okay. I just need to check. I need to wait for a value to be true before proceeding. I just need to wait for a value to be true before proceeding. Yeah, let's just do that. Simple utility function. That's the function repeatedly checks a condition until it's true or times out. All right, let's do this. We'll take it. We'll try your little function and see how it plays in the real world. We'll just pop this puppy up here. And then we'll just we're going to go down here and we're going to say wait for condition, and let's say you're waiting for game state is ready to become true. Constant wait for is ready. Oh, so now they're doing a function in a function? Oh, come on. It's like, do we really need to do a function in a function? Shiminy criminy, folks. Let's nest as many things as we can. So this is like, you have code that's doing code that's doing code. It's like, so like I got wait for condition, then I got wait for is ready using wait for condition, and now I got use effect, wait for is ready. Okay, so if this check depends on a state or props in React, you can trigger it in a use effect. I don't want to do that. Okay, so, and this is my constant. Really all I need is this. This is all I need. That's all I need right there. And it's not game state is ready. It's this function. Ten seconds is a long time to, or 10 seconds is a long time to wait. But if this works, theoretically, yeah, just be careful. Like I said, it does write things that are a little, it can be a little overwinded. And sometimes it tries to rewrite your stuff in a way that it thinks is better, but is not always better. Be very careful about letting it just, like you say, I'm having a problem with this, and then it rewrites your entire piece, and you're going, oh, well, it made it all better. And you hit chat, you hit copy, paste, and it broke your code because it doesn't always understand the logic. It's done this. All right, for example, this piece right here. I have had the chat multiple times try to rewrite this for me, and it never gets it right. Never. It has not got it right once. And I keep telling it, don't rewrite my code, please. Just help me with the problem I'm having, because you don't know what's happening here. This is a little, it's counterintuitive. It's not exactly what it thinks, but it thinks I'm just taking like the positive score or the greatest score of the value that's coming through, this point scored. That is not what's happening. There are times when, okay, for example, what this is doing, it's handling the situation that, say, team one has the ball, and they get sacked in the end zone and a safety. That means the team that they're opposing against scored 2 points. So when that play comes back, I have to give 2 points to the other team. And the only way I know that is because the value is negative. So I put a negative score in of -2. So when it comes back and I look at it and oh, there's a -2 score, that goes to the other team, but it goes to the other team's score as a positive score. So I got to take the absolute value, and decrease it. And that goes, and this is just the reverse condition. So if there's positive score, like you scored a touchdown, a field goal, whatever, we add that to the team who has the ball. If it's a negative score, we add it to the team that doesn't have the ball. And then we do it for both teams. It's just reversed. But every time it tries to write it, it thinks I'm just trying to do the max value, or I don't want the negative value. I want the positive value of 0. And I'm like, no, that's not what's happening here. Just do what I say. It does. I actually tried to put its code in, and my scores got screwed up. It's like, no, you don't know what's happening. Just leave my code alone. Fix the problem I am asking about. Stick to your expertise, man. Don't try to be smarter than the developer. Developer, you're smarter than the AI is. Trust me. The AI just knows things that are helpful. But when it comes down to like algorithms and logic, it's not always right. It doesn't always understand the true premise. But hey, there are times when it surprises me how good it really is at stuff, understanding. Like I was talking the other day about how it knew this was talking about dealing with overtime. Nowhere in here do you see the word overtime or, extra innings or whatever. It doesn't say nothing about that stuff. It just says current quarter, and it mentions quarter 5. But it goes, oh, if your game goes into overtime, this is your calculation for that overtime logic. And I'm like, how do you know that's overtime? How do you even know what I'm doing here? But it just knew that I was talking about a game that had overtime. It figured it out, which is pretty impressive. But still. All right, let's see what this does now. Oops, something blew up. Didn't like it. I probably have. What does that say? Await isn't allowed in a non-async function. Oh, of course, you're right. Forgot about that. So I got to make my function awaitable. So how do, I mean, the best, so my function has to be a wait for is, I have to call this as async. Can I, oh my gosh, that's going to be scary, but I'll try it. So my game loop is now awaitable. Not sure about that. We'll see what that does. Not completely sure I'm comfortable with that. And do I have to await this now? Nope. Wait a minute, how come that doesn't work? Await expressions are only allowed within async functions and at the top levels of modules. This is an async function. I turned it into one. Is it because I'm putting it in a promise? I might not be able to put it in the promise. What if I take this out of the promise? Oops. Okay, so that's the problem. I didn't like that it was in the promise. But I don't need it to be in the promise if this is processing, if this is working. So just hopefully I'm not breaking things to the point where I can't undo what I just did. Please don't break completely. Please don't hurt me. Don't send me back to the drawing board. ChatGPT is pretty good, but you know, give the other ones a shot. A lot of times you get different results if you try Black Box AI or what do you call it, Claude. Just be careful. They all have their own little idiosyncrasies. Claude really likes to rewrite your code. I mean, really. I mean, Claude will go, oh, I want to, it'll change the names of your functions. It'll change the names of your variables. It tries to refactor. I mean, ChatGPT does that sometimes too. And just be really careful with that stuff because it's not great. No, I did it because out of passion. Well, both. I know I need to learn React, and that's why I've been working. I've been taking a lot of like online classes, you know, the Coursera and various YouTubers, what do you call it, video series for React and Node.js and Python and Next.js and jQuery. And what else did I do? Azure. I did almost an entire thing on Azure Developer. I should finish that because I want to get certified in that. But then I was like, I need something to work on, something to actually implement. So I was taking the classes and just doing that, following various things, and I was learning, picking stuff up. But still, it's kind of like I didn't really understand some of the things that were going on because I would just kind of follow. Say, hey, this works kind of cool. But understanding it fully. So you need something where it's like giving you an in progress actions, things happening, and you're like, why, what, when, and then you start understanding. So now I'm starting to get a pretty good grasp of how UseEffect works, which, by the way, is kind of one of the key elements of React. But there's a lot of other stuff too, like APIs and all that other stuff, calling back. And I kind of did some of that stuff before, and I'm going to be doing it again when I implement my accounts and stuff. I do have a LinkedIn. It's Kenneth I. Romero is my LinkedIn. So if you want to check that out, feel free. But I decided that I wanted to make this game because I didn't like the games that were out there. And I was like, these are not good. I can do better than this. I know I can make a better one. Oh, no worry. No, whatever, dude. that's not a. I don't care who's asking questions, Gen Z or otherwise. I like, I'll answer you with what I can. I've had a number of people come up to me and go, "Oh, you must be an expert programmer. I need your help." I'm like, no, not in React, not in these tools. You want to ask me, I'm pretty good at writing SQL queries because I've been doing SQL Server for so many long. I wrote an entire application basically written in SQL Server. And so I have a fairly good grasp of how SQL works, even though I'm not a DBA. So if you're asking me for optimization techniques for like how to get the database to do certain things and changing the various keys and settings, probably not me. But if you want to know, tips and clues on SQL queries, I can help you with that. But it still comes down to, just where is your, where you spend all your time at. And okay, so my code is running. It didn't have any problem with that. So now the question is, what's going on? Exception. Timeout waiting for condition to be true. It never became true. It never set my game state, or it never changed the flag to true, which is bad because if you look, that's what these are supposed to be doing. Set game state to true. So these never got called, even though I went in there, which is bad because they need to become true at some point. So now the question is, all right, let's see if I can specifically ask this question, because I probably just have it written wrong. So in this code, what is it called? Game state set. Game state set. In this code, game state set is never coming back true, which is my proof that the state was updated. That's how game state. That the game state was updated. So how should I address this? Nope, that's not what I did. There's a lot of, the LinkedIn thing, everybody's able to join, friends, connect, whatever, with all these different people. I've never actually I don't know if there's I've never found any benefit in it. I mean, I've never had anyone go, "Hey buddy, man, how's it going? Yeah, I got this job for you here. You interested?" I imagine that happens, but it's never happened to me. It would be so awesome if I could just get someone to. I don't know if you heard me talking to Ojazva. Do you know what Indiegogo is? It's kind of like Kickstarter, except have you heard of it? If you know what Kickstarter is, you probably know what Indiegogo is. It's a little less known, but it's pretty popular. I think Indiegogo is INDIE. But the difference is Indiegogo is you set up your your campaign, but you get the money regardless of hitting the goal. So you say you want to raise $10,000 to do something, and you only get 8,000 or 5,000 or 1,000 or $10. You get that money anyway. You still get it. Kickstarter is an all or nothing. Indiegogo is like, it's what you got. Oh, you can't? Yeah, send it to me. You can give it to me on my Discord if you like. My Discord link should be underneath my stream ID. Don't put it on the chat here because it'll get lost. But send it to my Discord or you can IM me if you want. That's fine too. I'll take a look at it. But no, it's Kenneth I. Romero. That's my that's who I am. It should be there. Not yet. I don't. I'm thinking about setting one up, and this is why I was talking about it. Okay, so I mentioned I'm out of work and stuff, so I'm like trying to find a job, and I want to finish this. I think I can do this and make it into a real app and really cool and keep moving forward, but I need to get a job. If I start working full time, this may not get finished anytime soon, if it gets done at all, because I'll be working a job full time. Plus, I have a family. That takes up time. So that's kind of your other time. And I was just wondering. I was thinking, would it behoove me to try to do an Indiegogo thing, and start, trying to see if people want to see this application come to life, want to help me make it happen, and just. Sometimes people do that. Hey, I need some help, man. I want to make this football game come to existence in full joy and happiness. And these are some of the features I have planned, and to just keep plugging away and adding them on and checking them off. And then, but I need your help. I need to be able to continue to live. So any donation you give is appreciated, and just see if the Indiegogo see if anybody helps or contributes. Of course, there'll be an end result, hopefully, right? Eventually, that's the goal. And one of the the stretch goals might be, I might have a couple of different stretch goals. Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking is, provide cheats. I don't know what cheats I'll have on there. Don't want to break the game for everybody playing, but I might have features and things that normally paywall stuff that you would get for free. Like maybe, once the game's out and it's set up, whoever contributes would get some of the free wall stuff, or maybe they'd even get access to the full game outside, depending on what the level of the Indiegogo contribution is. Once it's done, once I start having those functionalities and features, and maybe even have access to it when it becomes pre-alpha, you can start watching it as it develops, and you can go in there and play with whatever's existing as a gift for helping contribute to this thing. And but I don't know, it's just a thought. I haven't decided I'm going to do that yet. And also, asking for assistance, you got to have something that you feel like you're giving back, right? I mean, you don't want to just say, hey man, I need your help, I'm poor. No, I mean, I want to be able to I want to develop this product for those people who would be willing to contribute to see it come to life. And then, be able to provide something back to them. That, of course, is part of it. All right, let's see what this says. I think I understand what it's telling me. So let's see what we got here. We don't want to wait for condition. Wait for the state to update, which is, why is it doing, wait for the state to update, return. No. Game state ref dot current. It's kind of weird the way it's doing this. Oh, okay, I see what it's doing. All right, that actually, that's interesting. That is interesting. Huh. Okay. I get that. That might work. All right. Well, let's try that. I'm all up for something. That's one I can get behind. That looks logical. So we will try. We'll try this. Sometimes it gives you stuff. If you can just pin down the key elements of what it's doing. All right, what else did it use? And I'm sure it's making other changes here. Game state set dot current false. So this is what it's actually using instead. So with a copy. It is doing what looks like a state update though, so we're going to see how that functions. I'm not totally sure I need game state if all it's doing is this. I could have probably done that same condition. Just don't look at game state, but game state current, blah, 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 blah. All right, so outside it's got constant game state. This is the before, so this is what they're doing up here. So I have my game, where's it at? Game state current, here we go. Game state set, but I'm using use ref, and it's by default false. Okay. So really they're not setting it here, but it's checking that the values are going to actually be correct. Which should do the trick. Well, keep an eye out. I'm thinking about it, and if I do it, I'll do it soon. Because what I'm going to do is I have to go on Indiegogo. I have to set it up. It's going to take a little time. I don't know how long it'll take me. It depends on how much effort I put into it. I don't know. And I don't know how long you can run an Indiegogo for. I could run it for a month, a week, however. And just see if anybody wants to contribute and help out there, and see if I could get any, you know. And I'll put it out there. And what I'm gonna do is I'm planning to do this actually, if not immediately. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving, so there's only so much I can do. But if one of my next development days, probably coming up soon, I am going to create the task list of everything I want to put into this game. All the features, all the functionality, all the things I can work on and do to make it happen. And it's going to be a complete massive list of things that are going to go into the game. And some of those things will be like general area functionalities, but also some of them will be more specifics. And then the Indiegogo, I'll put kind of a summary list and a link to all of the items that are going to go into this game. And just, if people want to be part of it, if you got to, help me build a good American football game simulation. Game management simulation, and I'll be perfectly clear. This is not the replacement for Madden, as much as I wish it was. Short of reaching the kind of money you need to get a top tier graphics development team on board, I don't foresee that happening. But I have done some research, by the way. A good mobile game can make plenty of money to support the developers and provide enough to create a game ongoing. So if I could get a good game going that hits into the sweet spot tiers of downloads, 1 million, you can make decent money off of it if it's a good game and people are enjoying it. Even if it's not Marvel Snap or EA Madden and not these big name guys. There's plenty of small studios creating games on the mobile. That's why there's so many mobile device games, because they can make money. And the goal is to be able to make it so I can keep adding content, making it better and faster. Maybe eventually even support hiring some graphics dudes to come in and add some cool looks and upgrades and things that just start making it look even better and better and better and better. So it's time. But just having that basic functionality will be a good start, right? And then eventually you get more and more. Games take a long time to develop, but being able to provide any functional game and people can see it grow into something, and it'll probably be pre-alpha for 6 months, alpha for 6 months, beta for 6 months. and then finally it's, maybe you could say, hey, this is an actual app, an actual real life ready to go. Let's do this kind of app. But can I get support for 18 months of development? I don't know. Real games like Baldur's Gate and Diablo, I was saying before, and Madden, and those games, they take years to develop. I mean, we're talking, how long did it take Baldur's Gate 3? They said, I think it was 7-10 years, something like that, to develop it from the time they started it to the time they finished it. And they had multiple companies or what do you call it, development groups and resources all pitching in and working on this, and hundreds of developers in all to make that game happen. So single man studios, of course they made hundreds of millions of dollars on the game, right? Because it's sold like crazy. But single developers don't make games like that because they just don't have the resources. But they can make good games, and that's my goal, to make a good game that, graphics is just insane. I'm just so impressed by graphics people. Especially digital graphics. It is not easy, man, to create animated graphics. Now, do I believe that is specifically a what do you call it? Developer skill? Nah. It's not just a developer skill. It's an art skill. Oh, I think we're timing out again. See, it just hits this point and then just doesn't do anything. Yep, timed out again. Boo! All right, what did I miss? What did I miss? Something did not happen. I had hope. I had hope. I had high hopes. What the ant can't move a rubber tree plant. This ant can't code this thing to update. Game state. Sad Kurd. What is the problem, man? So this never updates in that first iteration. Okie dokie. Game state current false. Does it call it anywhere else? No. Okay, game state. Current game state. I'm not. Where is game state set at? It's false, false. Where's the true? So we do this and then we set the timeout. Game state set true. Hey, Log! Same thing I've been working on for the past multiple days, but the current problem is I'm still getting duplicate lines. I did add a football. Remember I was working on getting a football to move up and down the field? I got that working. It's not 100% though. It kind of it's a little off, so it moves off the field every now and then. So I'm still working on that, but it looks kind of cool. I need to take the background off my football though, because it looks like a white square with a football in the middle. I want to change it to just be a football, but I kind of got that working. But now I'm trying to figure out this piece because I'm ready to start working on the back end parts of this thing. I'm gonna try let's try 70. I just want to do that. Did I do a build? Maybe I didn't do a build. I feel like it's possible I didn't build last time. Let's do a build first. Probably not the problem, but I think I did, but I talk so much sometimes I forget what I did. If this would trigger, right now the await for condition is not happening. And if it doesn't fire at all, then I'm never going to get this to trigger the next line. So it's like, why does it updates it? We do the game state change, but it's not, it's like it's never happening. Probably because I'm still in the freaking function. Your job? You know, I don't think you ever did. I don't know what your job is. I know you've been around a couple times, but I don't know that we've ever discussed your job. Oh, it's 5:11 already. You know what? My wife, I told her to let me know if she needs help with stuff. You know, tomorrow's Thanksgiving. My wife's upstairs trying to prepare, and she told me that she would need my help today. She did ask me to do some stuff, or she said she would need me, and I said, well, let me know when you're ready for me to do those things, and I would come up. So I'll probably be going up in a minute. I haven't... Of a solar farm, huh? That's got to be interesting. Yeah, my wife's working on all her stuff, but you know, I just want to make sure I'm available to help her do what she needs. I mean, I did a bunch of stuff she asked me for this morning, or things that she needed done this morning to help out, but I got to make sure that. If she's got other things. So you're working in a solar farm, huh? That's got to be kind of interesting. So what do you do there? I mean, what kind of maintenance takes place? Like keep them clean so that they can they're the giant screens that sit out in the middle of a giant field, right? And you're going through, and what do you do for maintaining them? Oh, look, it didn't work. It is firing, but I'm still getting duplicate calls. Okay, that's not much. She wants me to bring some food down to the fridge. Oh, yeah, now some stuff is going in sequence. Oh, nope, now we're back to double plays. There's some things where it's like working fine, and then other seconds it's double plays. It's like good, 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 bad, 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 good, 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 good. See, like here, those are fine. We got 2 plays in a sequence that worked out great. And that one timed out. It's like, okay. I could increase the timeout duration, but ultimately the problem is we're still getting double plays. How is that even happening? How is it making this call? How is it making this call when I have a specific block that says, you can't go? I don't understand. It's like it's not allowed unless this changes. Because it's like it's saying this did change, so we're able to proceed. But because we set true, it's not really blocking my set. It's not really blocking my set timeout. Huh. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that they moved. I always thought they just sat there in one position and faced the sun, and the sun pretty much always hit them because they're pretty much up. I mean, they have slight angles, but I thought they were, I didn't know they moved. I don't know. I just thought they were facing the sky, and that just facing the sky out in the middle of nowhere. How does the sun miss them? So I don't know. Do they like tip? So it's like, you know, they're facing west and then they kind of tip towards the east to get a direct impact. Is that what's happening? Because I can't imagine they don't need to rotate, right? I mean, they probably just want direct sunlight. So maybe, is that what they're doing? They're kind of rotating kind of like that. Huh. So they're kind of going more like that. Well, I guess that's basically what I said. It's like perpendicular to the sun. To the sun's angle of impact. So you're trying to connect like that. And I guess they would have to tilt in one direction, huh? Because certain times of the year, the sun will be more like over in another direction. Kind of like that. So they might, depending on what time of year it is, they might have to change their angle. Huh. Very interesting. Just optimize. I mean, they probably work when they're not moving, but they work better when they're optimized their angle to the sun. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's kind of that's what I thought originally. But I thought maybe they adjusted for the winter conditions or, you know, seasonal conditions, or where the sun is lower in the sky. But I guess it depends on where you're at too. Some places, if it's closer to the equator, the less adjustment it ever makes, right? It doesn't move left or right. But in the US, it's probably, well, still you get the winter, things move around. But anyway, why is this not working? All right. So, okay. It runs, but still, somehow, we are still getting some multiple game loop calls between state updates, as though the await is being ignored. How is that even possible if we have a flag preventing a second call? You know what? Let's try this. I'm gonna do. Oh, this is await this, but does it await this? See, this says true even if it doesn't await it. It's like I don't want it to say true. I want, if those things fail. Well, it's basically saying. You know what part of the problem is? I don't think the score doesn't change every time. Why are we checking the score? That's a terrible thing to use. No wonder it's probably passing because it's going, well, the score's the same, score's the same, the score's the same. It's like, it's when the score changes that things go wonky. It's like, oh, they're different. It doesn't do anything. Why did I let it tell me to use the score? The score only happens when it happens. That is a bad example. I think time would be a better selection because time should change on every play. So I got to go with quarter time. I didn't even realize it was doing that. Game state current quarter time equals this. And I don't even know why it's doing that. I don't need any of that. So the current quarter time is, okay, so let's, there. Did this have? Oh, it does. Okay, so we're going to go semicolon. Okay. I got family coming over. My kids are all going to come over and have dinner with us. And, so that we'll be hanging out all day. I got to run a marathon tomorrow, half marathon. I don't got to, but it's my tradition. I get up in the morning, psych myself up, and then I go run 13.1 miles. I do it every Thanksgiving. I've been doing it since 2015. Last year was my best ever. My fastest one. I think I averaged like 7:56. Not my fastest time. I think 7:15 I did at a marathon in Portland. But my at-home runs tend to be slower because they're just me out there running. I'm not running against people. There's nothing like that. But I just kind of been making it a habit. And I'm hoping it doesn't rain because I hate running in cold rain. But if it's cool, you know, upper 30s, low 40s, I can deal. But I just don't want to be running in rain because that just makes it freaking cold. Oh yeah. No, I average, like I said, I went and ran 11 miles last Thursday to kind of be my last long practice run. I ran another 8 on Sunday just to kind of get a feel for where I was at. Feeling pretty good. And then, now I went and ran this morning a few miles. I typically, like I say, average between 8.5 minute miles, depending on how it goes. I expect I'll easily do that tomorrow. My last miles tend to be the fastest. I just tend to run faster at the end. But, yeah, it's hopefully I'd love to beat last year's run. Yeah, well, I'd imagine you run a few miles during playing a game of soccer because you're running all the time, but I don't think it's 13 miles. I like to listen to audiobooks. That helps just kind of let me zone out while I'm going. But it's not so bad when you get used to it. I used to, when I first ran a half, I was like, never again. I'm never running again. I hate this. This was the worst experience of my life. 6 months later, I ran a full marathon. And then I was like, this is the worst. I'm never doing another marathon. This sucks. A year later, I ran it again. And it got easier. And then I'm like, I'm going to try to. Then I started realizing I really do hate full marathons. They just waste you. Even when you get in shape, by the end that day, you're just toast. You're like, okay, don't talk to me today. I'm going to sleep. And but half marathons got to the point where I could run them, and I'm like, I'm good. You know, I could maybe do a 15-minute power nap to recharge, but beyond that, I could do whatever the rest of the day. I went out and played football with friends a couple of years ago or with my brothers a couple of years ago after marathon. Wasn't so bad. It's for me, it's close to that. It's about 1.75 hours. Yeah. That's my range is somewhere between 140 and 150 these days, depending on how fast I'm moving. My fastest is 137. But yeah, if you're really good, you could do 1.5, but I'm not those guys. I've never been that fast. Anything under 8 is pretty good for me on an average. Okay, so we ran this. All right. Let's try this again because I think the problem is it's going to time out even faster now because I think before it was just succeeding because the values it was checking weren't changing. But we'll give it one more chance. Oops. I should probably log off pretty quick just to go eat some food. I need to go get some carbs in. I made spaghetti the day before yesterday. I was thinking about going upstairs and cooking up some beef and throwing it in my spaghetti because we didn't have any burgers, so I just used fish. I made fish. But it wasn't the same. I prefer my spaghetti with... I don't mind fish. It just... not in that situation. It didn't work. It just didn't blend right. I want to make some beef, ground beef or something. Throw it up, throw in my sauce. Spaghetti is one of the best things you can eat, I think, before, or lasagna, but that's kind of cheesy. But, you know, noodles are a good source of complex carbs in prep for the next day. Yeah, spaghetti. Can't lose with spaghetti. It's one of those things like pizza, you know, it's always good. As long as, you know, it's your kind of pizza. Everybody's got their kind of pizza. Okay, let's see what we got here. What are we going to do, my friends? Is it going to do anything? Are we going to get any plays ran? All right, so now we're running. We got lots going on. Don't have any duplicate plays yet. Oh, looking good. No duplicate plays. Keep it up, team. It's looking pretty good. Man, if we can get through an entire game with no duplicate plays. I've heard that. I don't like avocados though. But I have heard that, yes. I'll just eat more bananas. I'll eat 2 bananas. Some people do. My parents love them. My wife even likes them. She'll eat them. But I don't know. Just doesn't do anything for me. Look at this, man. It's working. I'm not getting any play duplications without timeouts. There's some things that I gotta stop it and look at and see what's going on. Gobbledygook. Did I move my computer location? No. I sent my computer... Oh, because my camera used to be over here? No, my camera's always been over here, but I my monitors were both over here. And this is because I sent my computer in that was attached to these two monitors into Microsoft. And Microsoft lost my ticket. So now I got to figure out what the heck so I can get my computer back. But that said, I'm working on an old computer which is attached to these two monitors. Therefore, I look at the camera this way now instead of the way I used to, which was over here. But I still have my big monitor right in the middle. By golly, man, it looks like it's working. I gotta go back. I gotta go in there and it is really showing me all my states, and it's updating them all appropriately. Oh yeah, I changed. Well, when I changed computers, I just set a different background. I haven't put the background I had on my other computer on it. When I changed to my desktop here, I just put my Bronco background on it. See that one? It's thematically correct. If I'm going to be working on a football game, might as well have a Broncos background, right? You got to have the best team in the league showing when you're working on a football game. Yeah, I said it. The best team in the league, dang it. Don't make me mute you by arguing either. Just kidding. What? What? Did you say something? All right, let's see what we got here. There is some interesting things going on here, though. Yeah, you know it. No, I'm not ready to say that, but I will say I think we finally got us a quarterback. At least right now. It's hard to commit. I mean, it's only been one season, and he's had a good season, no doubt. But, before he's GOAT, he's got to beat out Denver. Denver's great quarterbacks before he can even think about being GOAT, right? I mean, Denver's had some great quarterbacks, John Elway and Peyton Manning. But Lamar Jackson's been playing well. He's doing well, but he's a vet though, right? He should be playing well. He's not a rookie. So yeah. Lamar's having a good year. He might be up there for, at the very least, is he in the running for maybe, they're talking about rookie of the year. That could be an impressive feat. But there's who's the Buffs quarterback? Is it Josh Allen? I think that's what it is. He's been playing some good football this year. He's amazing. He's been playing really well. But, hey, game ended, and it looks like I didn't get a single repeat, and it never complained a timeout. That's all good. What are the scores? 18-12, a decent-looking score. I'm trying to see. We do have some repeats, but let's see if that's based on down. So we got yards on play 4, yards on play 7. Yards on play 7, but they were different times. Yards, they actually moved. It was 37, 30, 23. So we are getting the movement. Roddy and MVP equals Bo Mix. We can hope, man. MVP? No, they're not. He's not going to get MVP. He would have to be amazing for these last 6 games or 5 games that Denver's got. I mean, he would have to blow the record books out. He's not there. But I'll be happy with Super Bowl MVP. that would be, I'd throw all the other awards away if he pulled that one off. But, they're playing pretty good. They lost a heartbreaker to Kansas City. That hurt so bad. That was just, oh, God, that hurt. I don't even like thinking about it. That was one of those games you're like, can't believe it! We just beat him! And then, no! What just happened? Denver gets another shot at Kansas City. So they got to beat the Chargers and the Chiefs, both in their division, which will be, and they play Cleveland next week, so that should be a given, right? So hopefully, don't mess up, guys. Just win the games you're supposed to win. Take out the Chargers. Take out the Chiefs just because they're the Chiefs. The Chargers are last. That's 3 games right there. Denver's in good shape, though. I think they're in good shape to get to the playoffs. They take out the Chargers, they're probably locked on playoffs. As long as they don't mess up. They got to not lose any game that they shouldn't lose, and then they got to pull off a couple of the others. When you're sitting in that last spot, hey, all right, man. That's cool. I grew up here in Seattle. And but my family, a lot of my family lives in Colorado. We moved up here when I was about 10. And I wasn't really into football when I first moved up here, but I started getting into it. And the Seahawks are terrible. And I had a lot of family, and my family was always, they were just huge Bronco fans in Colorado. And I'm like, I think I'll be a Broncos fan. And I just became hardcore, big time hardcore. I mean, now I'm a big fan, but not like I was then. I mean, I watched every game. I knew every schedule. I knew how all the games turned out and where they were going and how it could happen. I followed every little bit. And I was heartbroken when they'd lose. I remember one season that I'm always going to hate. Denver was 11-5, did not go to the playoffs because they lost 2 times in overtime to the LA Raiders. Just killed me. And the team that beat them out of the playoffs was the Cincinnati Bengals with an 8-8 record. I'm always going to remember that season. 8-8 record took. Oh God, it was just one of those years where it was just heartbreaking. Things were just not going their way. They were just. That was the year before they went to the Super Bowl. I think twice in a row or something. They beat Cleveland twice. But see, I don't get to watch a lot of games here in Seattle because they're not on TV. But I do have NFL Plus on my phone, so I get to listen to games. Because you can't always listen to them locally because the radio's blocked out because of where you're at, supposedly. But when you get NFL Plus, you can listen to any game. And then they'll show you some games, so sometimes I get to watch them on my phone. But you can't watch them on a TV or on a computer because apparently they're not allowed. But anyway, yeah. So my thing looks like it's working pretty good. I should probably check this in. That's the first time in the history of my running this where it ran through with 0 replications and no errors. And I don't see any particularly bad problems. 1st and 10. Okay, so this is what I expect it to be after the play. So when this play runs, this is what's the result. This is what comes after. So it's 1st and 10 because they ran, how many yards they get? 7 yards. Was that a punt? Okay, I'm a little confused on what happened here. I'm wondering if some of these plays are running in the correct order. Because, this is 4th and 8 was the last call. This is what happened after. Oh, okay, so this was the punt. Okay, so punt returner takes the ball after the 4th and 8. Okay, so that's fine. And punt at 26 yards and returns at -1 yards. So it's 1st and 10. And then they run a 5-yard gain. And then it's 4. And they run a 4-yard. Yeah, man, this is working, man. Hallelujah. First half of the Denver and Jets. I didn't get to watch the Denver and Jets up here. It wasn't even on TV. That was the game the final score was 9-6 or something. Boy, That was a low-scoring mess. That was before Denver really got going. They've been scoring pretty well now, getting up into the 30s. Well, okay, so are you in KC still? Are you like, do they even show Denver games very often in Kansas City? I mean, probably no more than they show them up here, right? You're closer to Denver, but that doesn't mean anything. You got the Chiefs. Oh, New Mexico. Oh, yeah. You're probably just like me. You probably don't get to see very many good games. And I don't watch a lot of games either these days. I still love football. Don't get me wrong. I'm just distracted a lot. I'm always doing something else. I'm not the diehard I once was. I'm a huge fan of Denver. Don't get me wrong. But I am. I love football. But in fact, I would play football if I could just find a flag. I play flag football if I could find a team to play on. There was an area that was running some flag football games, and I played one year. It was awesome. It was fun. It was just, I don't know how long ago. It was 5-6 years ago. I would love to go do that again. It's just time commitment, you know. Got to go out. You practice, I think, once a week, and you play once a week. Is all it was. That's my big time commitment. But it wasn't like right here. I had to go drive. It was 25 minutes away. Go play. And it was late. You go at 6 o'clock at night, come back at 9:30 at night. Did I want to do that in the middle of the week, twice a week? Am I lazy? I don't know. I work out 6 days a week. I do it because I want to stay in shape and do stuff like that. But I'm like, do I want to? It was fun. I had a great time, but it seems like a commitment. It is. All right, guys. I'm going to check in my code. I made good progress. If nothing else, I fixed key elements of my problems. I'm ready to start working on the back-end stuff. So my next thing is going to be working on the back-end stuff. I got to create a database. Got to start creating an API so I can start calling my data out and start working on the player interactions, and maybe even start tweaking coaching profiles and putting stuff into my to-do list, into my, I don't know, whatever project management I'm going to use, probably Azure, because I just need it for practice. So I got a long list of stuff in my head. I got to start pulling all that out, putting it down, and putting it in a list. Yeah, and happy Thanksgiving to both you, Thomas, Alog, everybody else who came by, said hi. Anybody who watches this and post, have a great Thanksgiving. I don't know that I'll be online at all tomorrow. Maybe for a couple hours early afternoon before anybody shows up. I don't know when my kids are showing up, probably until mid-afternoon. And if I do, it'll probably just be gaming. I don't think I'm going to work. So probably some gaming. Then maybe a little bit of work on Friday. Friday morning, I expect, if anything. If I don't go shopping, you know, it's Black Friday. And hey, if you want to support the channel, you don't have to. Don't feel pressured. Subscriptions and follows are great. Viewing when I'm on is great too. But I do have a storage case. If you're into miniatures, check out Active Minds Games on YouTube and Instagram. You can see some videos and pictures. And I got to put the videos up that I have. You can go check those out and see what they are. They're an expandable, transportable display case. You can build into all kinds of configurations, and you can hang them on your wall and show off your miniatures. It could be anything: Hot Wheels, Meeples, and of course D&D and Warhammer and all that kind of fun stuff. If you paint those kind of games and play those kind of games, you can check those out. You can be part of our Kickstarter. Let me know that you're interested and you wanted to be part of that by going to Active Minds Games on Facebook and following us there, because we're using that. 800 people is going to be our kickoff number. We're still in the mid 400s. So we've only been getting a few, because I don't know, maybe I'm not good at leading people to Facebook. I don't know. I've had a number of people say they were pretty cool. If you're into those kind of things, do check them out. And what else? Let's see. You can get them. You can get mage cages and the flex iron bases for the minis, and magnetic bases for the cases, and metal bases if you have magnets on your minis at amgamesdirect.com. It's my Shopify site. I also have an Active Minds Games site that shows the product, but we don't sell them there. I don't have the shopping cart hooked up right now. So But if you want to get them, you can go to amgamesdirect.com. Have any questions, feel free to IM me. And yeah, have a great holiday. We'll see whoever shows up next time I'm on.